I'm late enough as is. What's up, nerds? Sorry it took so long. It's been all sorts of weird problems. None of my audio shit was working, and I want to be able to play videos today, so I had to get that all fixed. But we are good now. Sup? Let me pop this out. You know what I might try doing? I've thought about this a bunch. Maybe a desktop isn't the right way to... Maybe... I hate multi-desktop. I can... do this. And now I can slide over to chat quick. I do want to change which one is where, though. Arrange. Reverse. Perfect. There we go. And now I can switch there and have whatever I'm working on here. The only annoying thing is I hate that animation so much. I wish I could disable that animation without turning off animations across my Mac entirely. Yeah, that video is one of the things I'm planning on doing today. Don't worry, guys. I'll pull it up now. Notion. Throw that in here. So I mostly use minimal Twitter, but Pronch dropped another one. I don't have the direct link. It is... Oh, that's the wrong button. I keep hitting that when I mean to hit here. I can see extensions from here. Yeah, I can. Dissatisfied for Twitter. A CT tangent? Not sure what you're referring to. Trying to find... I just heard about the get shit done loop. I wanted to have this as a reference to compare against. There we go. Cool. Oh boy, the Mozilla AI stuff is starting. Browser inf as a hidden tax on AI dev. Tab stacks the developer API turned chaotic web into clean inputs for your agents. Oh boy. Firefox is now for scraping. Fun. I'm sure people will love this. Starting to feel better, yeah. Oh shit, happy you're in Vancouver, Wendro. Good to see you. I saw the OpenAI Cerebrus news. Don't really have much in terms of thoughts. Let's thank all the subs quick. Got Dom with the 12 months of support. Appreciate that. Alex Arendt, I'm so ready. So am I. Leo is a dev with the 4 months. Showcat, I've kicked him out already. Sorry. NCE with the 5 bomb when I was getting started. Thank you so much for the gifts, guys. Really appreciate it. Chesk also throwing a 5 bomb too. God damn. Y'all are too generous. Tim Ski with the Prime. Thank you so much. 6 months from Stu Lauren. Always good to see you, man. Hope you're still shredding and doing well. Mr. Bubbles with the 18 months of Prime. Zocker with the 2 months of Prime. Pewdie Bird with the 2 months of Prime as well. Hugero, the legend, 6 months in. Hope you're doing well, man. Anto K321 with the 6 months of tier 1. Appreciate that. Spec AV, the legend, 30 months in. Goddamn. And Iris218, 4 months. Corilla EXE with the Prime. Mike Rinaldi with the tier 1 for 4 months. Appreciate you all a ton. Do I plan on revisiting Anti-Gravity? Probably not. I just don't care. If somebody I trust says that it's gotten much better, then maybe I'll try, but it needs to be like a person I know well that like is confident on it. Crypto Twitter. Link me whatever Joff is talking about. That is a crypto Twitter thing. I can't fucking stand crypto Twitter. So yeah. Yeah, the PRs that are dunking on DAX are great. I'm starting to play with like local assistant stuff with Claudebot, but I'm still very early on it. Nobody hates Dax. He's just fun to dunk on when he's making dumb mistakes. Oh, great. Oh, God. I'll be ignoring that in the video for sure. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, I've seen a bit of this. I don't think we're stalling. I think the gap between the leaders and everyone else is getting bigger. Like OpenAI and Anthropic are so far ahead of everyone else right now with 5.2 as well as Opus 4.5. Wikipedia owner signs Microsoft Meta AI content training deals. And if it makes Wikipedia enough money to survive, I'm cool with that. Hero Project Breadboard. Open code alt. Interesting. Yeah, we have a Discord. I'm not as active in it as I used to be. I've been way too busy, sadly. Let me thank all the subs I missed while I was getting ready there. We got Tech Brother with the Prime, Battle Flybot with the Prime, and Corbin and Q with the Prime. Thank you all. Not yet employed devs. I don't know. Like, the AMP free thing seems cool-ish. But like, you should still be able to afford a $20 a month sub on Cursor or something, which will be totally fine. Howdy, pigeons. Any other fan funds I missed? Nope. Cool. Yeah, the free stuff on OpenCode's good too. Oh god, more 4.0 stuff. Oh, yeah, it needs to be deprecated so bad. Definitely never had blonde hair and a mustache. No idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I saw the Next.js um, performance thing with Bun. Okay, so I had a couple other things I wanted to do today. Obviously, we're going to do the Ralph Loop stuff. I'm going to want to set up a bunch of it too to talk about it better. I want to discuss some stuff that's going on with the channel because I've spent a lot of the last few months planning like what the future of my content shit is and decided it's better to just talk about it than pretend to hide it. All good stuff. More content, but also more effort, and I'm going to need help. Big thing is just I can't do all of the content planning anymore, especially if I want to like have more and deeper videos. Doing all of this myself is just really rough. I briefly had help from Gabriel before we got him his gig over at Axiom, and now I have nothing. And I want to be able to like do more building off stream. Yeah. So I am also. Oh, Ben's still around. Ben is doing literally everything else though, like thumbnails, brand deals, ad placements, orchestration between the brands and our like stuff, and managing all of that in our chaotic Notion database. Like it is. Ben is doing a full-time job already. We need more. Like 3 people is not enough to run a channel that puts out more content than LTT, which is over 100 people. Like it's just a pretty massive gap. Yeah, this stuff looks really cool, and I want to set it up. Absolutely not. So Ben will be the one to talk about the crazy things he's doing with agents because of me. That'll come. So the thing I have here, like the idea that I want to do, let me actually go test something quick. Okay. Cool. Confirm that works. Cool. No, it's ideas at t3.gg. So I want to bring somebody full time on to literally just help with idea orchestration and like managing the chaos that is the content planning. A lot of y'all have been really good about showing up with links and things that I should probably do videos on. What's interesting is like I can't hire a non-technical person for this because this is a role that requires you actually watch and enjoy my content. The role's effectively scrolling tech Twitter and GitHub and finding things that could become pieces of content. And like I have a couple people in mind already because you show up in chat and drop super useful links. So this is a like opportunity for y'all to try and like, how do I even put this? Like formalize it. I would pay generously. Like I could justify like 40 to 50K a year part-time for this, and I would go a lot more full-time if you like perform well enough and become essential enough that I need you full-time. I just need a lot of help getting content ready to go. If I use any of your ideas from this, I will pay you. And if I like your ideas and the way you think about them well enough, I will hire you. So sure, complain about free work. It's not free work until I ship it. And if I ship it, it won't be free. I'll pay you for sure. Ask anyone on any of my teams. I am very generous. Mohawk, here's a challenge for you. Find me the right person to just hire for this. If I interview them and they pass, I'll hand you $10,000. If they fail, I'm banning you for life. You have 3 days. I'm expecting some emails in my inbox by Monday. Email address is here. You have your own work to do, dumbass. Sounds like you have no reason to be here then. There, go do your job. Anyways, back to doing my job. Do you need to do 5 ideas? I'll say 3 to 5. Sharing here only, right? Yeah, I might tweet about this, but 50-50 on it. I want the people who do this to be like the ones who hang out here. Include time zone, region you reside in, primarily Twitch username. How long have you been coding? Plus, how long have you been paid to code? Unemployed is totally fine, to be clear. Just like a totally, just here's an example of like an acceptable application for this. Hi, I'm X. Quick info dump. PST based in Cali. Twitch username @Theo. Coding for 5 years. Never had a job though. Here's some ideas. Let's just take like recent videos I've done to use as examples. So like the title's likely not going to be the title I use. Theo breaks down the reasons behind Anthropic blocking open code users from using their Claude code subscriptions. I'm imagining I am going through various tweets and reactions to the news and breaking down the economic and other incentives behind the changes. Likely in Excalibur. Effort level 3, IDK, depends on how hard you think about it. Sources, tweet 1, tweet 2, highlight link to CC or Claude code TOS. Maybe some additional context here. Something like this. So like this is what I have in mind. Oh yeah, thumbnail ideas. Anthropic logo on fire. Anthropic account tweets what's open code. Slack thread between Claude and Dax, where Dax says you banned me, and Anthropic says, who are you? Break these out as different ideas. And just to be transparent about like how we're thinking about things, the thing I care most about that like I'm specifically hiring for is the video concept, the description, effort level, and sources. If you can do these parts right, not even the title being good, but the concept being good, a description of roughly what that will be, an effort level that vaguely understands how I think about things and how I put effort into things, then like the sources and how relevant they are. That's what I care most about. If you're good at thumbnail ideas too, it will accelerate the speed at which I want to grab you, because that's one of the harder things for Ben and me to do, but we can do it, and we don't really expect to be able to hire for this. But I know many of you in chat right now could be very helpful with this part. Oh, Jeff's in YouTube chat. Oh, shit. Hey, Jeff. I don't do collab streams for a bunch of annoying technical and logistical reasons. But very, very down. Jeff, do you have a Twitch account? Because I don't really, like, YouTube chat's super broken and annoying. So if you could switch over to Twitch. Oh, there. Fuck yeah. VIP Joffrey Huntley. Can you submit ideas even though you don't want to be hired? Absolutely. I'm probably going to turn that email address into a more formal, like, send ideas here thing, or make an app for it. I definitely want the ability for people to submit video ideas and, like, upvote them and shit. Oh, one other thing to include in here is timeliness, which is the options would be evergreen, can come out whenever, or can come out whenever, semi-recent, so should come out in next few days, breaking news, film and release ASAP. So, yeah, timeliness, break, somewhere between, what are the options I said? Semi-recent and breaking news. Gut feel is you should rush this out. There you go. Here's your example app. Oh shit, what time is it there, Jeff? I can go straight to doing that vid now because I really would love your thoughts on that. Cool. I'll just make this a shared thing. Let me make sure I don't leak things when I hit that. Share. Publish. Here we go. Yeah, YouTube thumbnails are 16 by 9. I don't really want to do that here. This is fine. Cool. Let's hop back to Zen. Cool. The link works. Yay. Rotating phaser, 24 months in, 2-year mark. I could land the plane. I bet you fucking could, man. Under samples from your Twitter feed right now. I'm currently mostly on top of breaking news before I even start stream. Do I think that will happen less as I adjust where or what I'm doing throughout the day? I'm hoping it does. I've been on Twitter significantly less the last like 2 to 3 days. Without the PRD, I've only done it really without PRDs. Yeah, this looks really cool. Disposable computers. I am saving this for sure. Yeah, Ryan, good to see you as well. Yeah, Joff, if there's a better time for me to do this so you can like be involved, I'm happy to film at a different time. I'm planning on watching your video as part of it, or at the very least as like my research before I do it. How good am I at recognizing names? Pretty good, but also I'll be like going into chat and doing a like, because I can /user who's a person I could use. I'll just use you. Polygon. Polygon. And it'll let me see your chat history, how long you've been involved, all that info. Interesting. So you're handing it off to AMP instead. Cool. Catch up afterwards. Important to see Ralph from First Principles. Yeah, I'll be roasting the plugin and starting with both your video and your existing writings. Go get some sleep. I'll make sure you watch it before we post it. And if you feel like I need to adjust anything or you want to even film your own thing to add, I'm more than happy to do that and just insert your clip in the video. Here's the link. But if you don't have a Twitch account, I'm not going to really consider you. I'll be real. I need somebody who's like in Twitch enough to give me feedback there. Clever. Yeah, the worst part of the job is being on Twitter all day. Absolutely agree. Yeah. If I don't get any good bites on this by like late tomorrow, I might tweet about it. But I do really want to like focus on y'all. Like it should be somebody who hangs out in Twitch chat, who drops links and is useful already. Thoughts on the crypto token devs, or thoughts on the crypto tokens that devs have been launching? I'll drop this a couple more times. The way I would put this, like how I think about it, is it's too hard to make money as a dev off of your reach. The amount of money you can make as a dev writing code is much higher than the amount of money you can make as a dev because you have followers on Twitter, unless you really, really, really know what you're doing. And that results in a lot of weird bullshit. Interesting. I'll watch this later as well. Hey, you just showed up in chat now. And you would get ad-free on Twitch for free too. Like I would gladly gift you a sub to make sure you don't have ads here. And a lot of people will watch on YouTube or Twitter and just have Twitch chat open separately. Thank you, Wendro, for the resub. Theom for the 7 months of Prime. Iron Maniac for the tier 1. And Shaunicus for the 3 months as well. Ralph Wiggum open code. In open code or over open code? So I don't think plugins are the right way to do Wiggum loop or Ralph loops. Yeah, YouTube chat being as bad as it is truly terrifying. Cool. That was that part. I think this is like me actually wanting to plan topics. I had some ideas for things I might film today. Also for transparency, the reason that I care more right now and that I'm like putting the extra effort in, I have too many sponsors now. This is a very good thing. I am very pumped. The fact that I have more sponsors than I have videos is a good thing. That's awesome. That means we can do a lot more. It means I could start doing some crazy shit like donating money to open source and shit. I'm so excited about what we can do, but I need to know that we can maintain the pace of this number of brands. Some of the other changes we'll be making are things like we'll be doing 2 ads per video going forward for any video over 30 minutes because it's just so much money on the table if I don't. Time to raise prices? I have 3 times. And demand is still going up. It legitimately feels like as I raise the price, the demand goes up, not down. Will I be able to record all of this? Absolutely. I'm likely moving to a 2-stream-a-week schedule where I always stream on Sundays and Wednesdays. The YouTube comments with the 2 ads will be annoying initially, and they'll get over it fast. And also the second ad will be much later in the video. So the people who leave annoying comments don't really watch that long anyways. Open an agency. This is step 1 of a greater plan, is all I will say. Yeah, the Blacksmith has been awesome. We moved to the T3 chat repo over, and Julius liked it so much that he asked if we could move everything else over. So I just filed the PRs for that right before going live. Yeah, the onboarding is one of the best parts, and that's, again, part of why I want to like do more of an agency and spend less of the time filming and planning topics and more of the time working with brands. Is it okay if you live in Australia? You're here now. I don't care. I cannot give any information about how much sponsors are paying. That is... No. Sorry. They're just for a ton of reasons that could burn me, because that'll kill so much of my leverage. I need to be able to work with the brand around the pricing, and as soon as it's public information, I lose so much ability to do that. And I really like the model right now where you guys don't know about all of the time I am spending on that shit, and I don't need to charge you anything in order to do it. Like, obviously, I really appreciate the sponsor, or like, I really appreciate that you guys subscribe on Twitch, but it is not anywhere near as important as it used to be. I can more than comfortably fund myself and the team and even bring on a few additional people due to the amount that we're making through sponsors. Yeah, I did see the specific targeting thing. That was obnoxious. As an example, ads can be useful. You use Convex, CodeRabbit, and your App Store to Infinite Reds Ignite. That's awesome. Yeah, some of the new brands coming in are actually really, really cool too. Like, I filmed a few ads yesterday that I'm super excited about. Hell, I found cool things in Sentry I didn't know about. Sentry's coming back as a sponsor, and the ads I filmed for them yesterday are awesome. I'm actually really excited. How do I get people on the personality side if I want to scale? Already starting. Don't worry. Yeah, Clerk has been a sponsor for a long... I think they are my longest current sponsor. So yeah, Clerk's been around forever, and I very much like using them to set up off on things. Oh, Convex is unusable on Nux. That's obnoxious to hear. I'm sorry. I wonder if you could vibe code solutions for a lot of those things. Oh yeah, that's actually another video I wanted to do. Thank you to a Negative IQ viewer for reminding me. AI dev tools I'm using lately. Obviously, Claude, code, show, custom, launch, script. Conductor, I'm playing with. Vibe, Kanban, I'm playing with. Thank you, Gull Studios, for the Prime, as well as 3Go Black for the 6 months of Tier 1. What the hell is going on YouTube chat? PNGs you use for your thumbnails? YouTube thumbnail downloader. Paste the link, grab it, and you could pretty trivially remove the background from it and have just me with a bunch of different tools. To be clear, the thumbnail demos, like, they don't have to be good. They can just be like a really rough. You can even like do a stick figure and like say Theo in the face so that I know like that's where I'm supposed to be. I do not want this role to be a person who makes thumbnails. If you can give us what we need, like both Ben and I, once we have the idea for a thumbnail, can do it in less than 5 minutes. Like, we are very capable of that part, but sitting there and thinking about all of that is obnoxious. Video packaging is hard, but it's a skill that Ben and I have developed and refined. It is not an essential skill for getting this job. That said, if you're good at getting ideas orchestrated and organized in a way I feel like I can more quickly know if the idea is good and start filming the video, huge. If you also are good enough at coming up with ideas for packaging and maybe even executing parts of it, then I'm going to rush slightly more to hire you. But what we really need is like the other parts here. Cool. I'll specify least important part for that. You have the right rough words are hard. You have the rough idea of like what we are looking for here for sure. I didn't see that till now. Good drop. I've not tried the YouTube side of the extension. It's Command Shift X, right? Or Alt Shift X? No? Fuck, what's the hotkey on it again? I have it off on YouTube. Oh, Alt Shift Y for YouTube. Ah, that is cool. Actually, that now I think about it, that's actually really cool because it means I don't have like my recommendations and things coming up there. Less useful than the Twitter one, but still really, really good. Thank you, man. This would be both eventually. Like right now, I'll just show you something we have. Give me a sec. General research. We have this channel in the internal planning Discord where people can drop links for things that could become content. And then if it's like good, we move it over to here for it. Yeah, of course you can use PicThing for whatever the fuck. Does not speak English natively have a chance? You have a level of understanding of C1, right? Like, if you could write this well, you're fine. You're more than fine. Like, this is more than adequate English for helping here. Don't worry at all. Yeah. Like, if you understand English well enough to understand me, you're good. Like, I'm looking for people who are useful chat participants that want to go further and really help with the full-on vetting of ideas, planning, and dropping process. This is so cool to hear. Honestly, like, this is one of my favorite things. I've had a lot of people suggest that I should be doing more like dubbing and auto translations of my videos and such. There's a bunch of reasons I disagree with that. But the fact that there are many engineers who have improved their ability to articulate, be it getting better at English because they're not native speakers, or they were shy to talk about things, they didn't know the right words to describe their thoughts and are finding better ones through listening to me. That's one of my favorite things people say about my content. Because it's not really about my content so much as validating them that is cool about it. Where, like, how do I put this? If you get better at speaking English because of my videos and describing your ideas because of my videos, it's not actually because of my videos. It's because of how you chose to use them. My videos are a convenient thing that you're using in that, but it's not because of my videos so much as my videos were something you wanted to learn from and chose to learn from and got these cool things out of them. But that is like An orange doesn't make orange juice. A person squeezes the orange juice out of the orange. The orange juice is not because of the orange. The orange juice exists as a result of the person. That is a good motivation waffle. Yeah, one of my best performing videos was one that I didn't want to do, but Gabriel told me twice that I should do it. It was one of his ideas. The first time I just kind of ignored it. The second time I was surprised he brought up an idea twice. So I said, okay, fine, I'll do it. And it performed way better than either of us expected. So like, if you really want Theo's take on a video or an idea, push for it. Howdy, Goose. Thanks for the heads up on the HP. Actually, I was thinking of this. Is that deal still up? Don't share any details about it here yet, because I want to make sure FaZe knows about it. Yes, my phone's named Big O. How did you know that? It's because it's orange and too big. Oh, it showed when I pasted. Lol. Yeah. Okay. Goose, did you say if the deal is still active? Keeping the secret? Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah. You'll send more details to FaZe. I offered to cover half if you want to do that. Cool. Cool. Gave you all the context you should need on that. Dope. I'm sorry again, YouTube chat. Okay. Link to Notion doc is pinned. Doing a video on Apple and LLMs, a bit of the Google stuff specifically. There Beely couldn't. Fuck no. Okay, I think I've covered everything I want to here. Let me go back to fleshing out ideas. The common mistakes I wanted to do. Using it for problems they can't solve. Or the person can't solve. Problems the agent doesn't have context for. Okay, I think that's enough for that one. Opinions have changed because of AI. Recommit hooks, unit tests, being late. How to learn a code base. Oh yeah, context management is something I see a lot of mistakes into. I think it matters if models get better at coding. Yes and no. Yeah, this looks fun. Good drop. Interesting. Yeah, agent best practices. This I can throw in for this one. Okay, we have plenty here. Label this mid-pry. I'm hoping to get most, if not all of these out today. I really want to get back to like minimum 4 vids a stream so that we don't keep falling behind. MCP is a fad. Happy more people are agreeing. We'll save this for myself for later. Yeah, I saw there's finally like more open formats for agent skills, which is really nice to see. The best embedding model. So like Quen for these use cases is actually dope. I don't have much to say on that. But yeah, like Quen is a model you select in a picker and use in your day-to-day work that's running in the cloud. No. Quen models for weird things like embedded use cases, potentially really cool. How long is his? God, his video is 36 minutes. Okay, so here's the plan. I want to watch that video. So we're going to do the offset marker. God, it's already an hour in. That is handled. Offset markers, because I record on the camera later than I record everything else, just because it makes orchestration easier. It keeps you from having gigantic fucking files. Just makes syncing in post easier. Why does everybody keep mentioning JSON pack? Or is it the same guy spamming it? Is it this? JSON already is very, very fast. No, these ideas, that's always bad. Like no one actually wants this, because if your work is good, the video is bad. And if your work is bad and I explain that, you will feel bad. I've had like I did this once before where I had a couple of community members that were insisting on me doing like work roasting and insisting specifically they would not be sensitive to it and that they would really like my feedback. And then they sent me some of the worst repos I've ever seen. And I did not mince words when I described the problems with it. And they left the community because they couldn't handle it. So no, sorry. It's either bad content or destroys people. And I don't have interest in either of those things. Yeah. Generally speaking, I only want to show code in content if it is good or it is bad but was not generated by a person. Because if it's like an AI generated bad code, I'll show that because there's no person to offend with it. But I don't want to roast code because then it gets too personal and hurts people, and I don't want to do that. Just not the benefits to like cost benefit analysis there just doesn't check out at all. Anyways, I've been eyeing this video for a few days and wanting to watch it. I don't know how much of this will end up in the video that I do on Ralph Loops, but I wanted to see what Jeff had to say as like a starting point, and also subscribe. Okay, good. The sound is working. Just making sure. Well, this is an intro. I've heard the video is a bit chaos. It's a fever dream, according to some friends, so.
Hello everyone, surprise for anyone who's tuning in. So it's been a wild couple of days. Ralph is finally crossing the chasm and people are realizing that the economics of software development has forever changed. If you run what I'm about to show you in a loop, if you run what I'm about to show you in a loop, what happens is you work out a unit economic cost for software development. Note there is a difference between software development and software engineering. Software engineering is some of the stuff we'll be doing here later as I expand some of these teachings. And essentially software development now costs $10.42 US an hour. It's less than you would pay a fast food retail worker. It's cheap. It's now cheap. And not only is it cheap, you can do it autonomously. But to get it working, you have to understand the bare.
I'm going to reset Zen quick. Nope. I hate these extensions. And they're a higher rated one.
$2 an hour. It's less than you would pay a fast food retail worker. It's cheap. It's now cheap, and not only is it cheap, you can do it autonomously. But to get it working, you have to understand the bare bones fundamentals from first principles.
Now it's too loud?
Like,
Okay.
don't start with a jackhammer like Ralph. Like, learn how to use a screwdriver first.
There.
Learn how to use a screwdriver first. Really important. Just don't jump straight to the power tools. And yeah, so the calculations of $10.42 an hour is really simple. If you take API costs for Sonnet 4.5 from Anthropic right now, and you run Ralph in a loop, and you look at how much it costs in a 24-hour period, you're looking at $10.42 an hour, and in that, you're not out in a single hour, you're outputting multiple days worth of work, if not weeks levels of work. So in 24 hours, you're actually at a place where you're mocking like backlogs type thing. So it gets really strange for what's going to be happening in our industry going forward, because if you look at it right, essentially, it's going to create this rift. There's something I've been talking about over the last year. There's going to be this massive rift in software development between those who get it and those who don't. And I've been pleading with people, please invest in yourselves, get curious, pick up the screwdriver, master the screwdriver. Once you know the screwdriver, go for the jackhammer. Thanks, Dex, for the analogy. So let's kick this off. So one of the most fundamental things is you need to have your specifications. It doesn't matter about the tool that you use, the coding harness or what else have you. It's more about thinking about this from first principles. It's all about from first principles. Anthropic has released their plugin that does Ralph, and I'm thankful for that because it's just created this inflection point. But the way that works is not it. You're going to get better outcomes if you do these concepts by hand. This is the screwdriver. Now, if you give me a moment, it looks like my Roomba is kicking off, which is kind of hilarious considering we're about to program a Roomba. So give me a tick.
He doesn't even cut for that.
There we go.
This is legendary.
So the physical Roomba's done. Let's do the virtual Roomba. So here is Loom. Loom is where I'm kind of reimagining what software development will be, what we need to throw away. Everything that exists today is all being designed for humans. If you think about the user space in Unix, that's all, we've got TTYs and all that stuff. Everything has been compounding on a design for humans. Even Agile and how we do software development and all the rest of the engineering practices, it's all been designed around humans. So if you go in a loop of essentially invalidating, was this designed for humans, you can do like the 5 whys and maybe you're able to cut it. And if you're able to cut it, you then need to think about, okay, how do I mitigate cutting that? Was it adding value? Was it not adding value? And this is what Loom is. Loom is an experiment in essentially self-evolutionary software. It's the idea is if instead of having humans in the loop, what happens if humans instead are on the loop or programming the loop? And that's going to require a heavy engineering mindset. And this is going to be very different to software development because software development is now fundamentally automated with the most trivial of bash loops and techniques. And this is just the start. This is going to cause an inspiration for other people to build their own things that are smarter than Ralph. I'm already seeing that taking place. So Loom is of many things right now. Loom is essentially GitHub code hosting. It's its own source control that uses JJ. It's GitHub code spaces, so I can remotely provision infrastructure. It's got its own coding agent, very similar to AMP or Claude Code, except that it alloys multiple different LLM providers together. And it has the ability to spawn remote infrastructure and run not locally on the computer. And I'm very much building in an actor pub sub type of mind, where I want to be looking at creating chains of these agents or creating loops on loops on loops on Ralph. And it extends way past software development and it crosses into the feature space or the product.
So I really want to watch this and understand it, but I also understand that in this state is a bit of a rough watch for y'all. So I think I'm going to save this for me to watch later. Okay, let's do a poll. That's what I wanted. Watch it. Yes, whole thing, maybe a bit more. Nah, save it for later. And I'll drop the link in chat. And you chat as well. Yeah, Pranch, good to see you again. Interesting split. As my YouTube viewership right now, we have 750 people watching live on YouTube. I will go a little longer at least.
Last night I added essentially feature flags or feature experiments by giving some prompts to essentially, hey, we want to clone and launch darkly. And we've got it now. So the next thing really is, okay, I'm missing some analytics, and I've got this SaaS company that wants to charge me $900 to renew, and it's such a simple product, and I'm going to need this functionality in Loom if I want to take Ralph to the product axis, and that's something I do want to do. I want autonomous agents, I call them weavers, that autonomously deploy software without any code review. It's already doing it now. There's been so many failure domains. I can probably hear your objections. If Ralph, the idea of running Ralph makes you want to Ralph, listen to it, and then engineer away those concerns. That is now the job. That is now our job as software engineers, is to keep the locomotive on the track. We are locomotive engineers now. We're no longer carrying cargo by hand onto the ship. We have the boxes here. The shipping containers are here. So Loom is of many things. The way that Loom was built is really simple. It starts with conversation, and the conversation creates specs. I see a lot of people out there saying, hey, I want to they handcraft their specs, and they say they don't have time to create specs. No. Would you believe I don't create my specs? I generate them. Then I review them and edit them by hand, and then I just let it rip with Ralph. So let's do this now. Like, I've got this SaaS analytics company. I'm going to need analytics because I want my weavers to be able to look at product metrics. I've got the ability for feature experiments to turn functionality on and off, and I'm engineering in a way that there is no code review. We have autonomous software or agents or weavers that will automatically, when it's introducing a feature, put a feature flag in, deploy it, look at the analytics, decide whether it's actually fixed any errors, or maybe you can do some optimizations on the landing page. This is where we're going, folks. This is 2026. Strap yourself in. We're getting towards essentially autonomous systems.
Okay, I was looking for a spot to interrupt because I just read two people sent pitches already, and I'm seeing some common mistakes. So I'm going to make a section under here. Pro tips, things, or just pro tips. Some things to avoid, or I'll list them out as I think of them, yeah. Good memes are usually bad videos. Good memes are usually bad videos. That's a pretty concise point. They're also terrible thumbnails. Because a good meme gives you enough context to laugh and then scroll. I'll put this here. A good meme gives you enough context to laugh and then scroll. We want people to stop scrolling with a question and click to learn more. I had another one here. Episodic stuff or content is almost always bad. Avoid part 2 type stuff generally. Revisiting an old topic can... God, I'm trying to just emphasize... there we go. Can be good, but it's rare. I had another thing I wanted to put in here. I had something else I thought of when I was reading one of those emails. Let me look at it again to come up with it again. Um, um, I think this helps a lot. Yeah. Anyways.
Ralph is really just a malloching orchestrator that avoids context rot and compaction. Compaction is the devil. That basically considers the entire system, including the operating system, as the complete unit. If you have some external functionality, like some external vendor or API or whatever, that is also part of the system. It's not just your application. Now, a lot of those external systems that exist today that we use in software engineering have been designed for humans. You might see me on a loop about this. So what would they look like if they were designed for robots, and how can we change that design so they're designed for robots? If we control the entire stack, then we can start doing optimization, like serialization formats. JSON is not a great protocol when it comes to serialization and tokenization. It's not a great protocol. If we control the entire stack, then we can improve how tokenization works to drive these reactive agents. And all of a sudden, you can now operate cheaper than anyone else because you're optimizing. Like we need to be thinking about software engineering again. We've got a brand new computer. What is something from something? Like, for example, what is garbage collection now? What is malloc? What is Erlang, OTP principles and message passing? Why do we have user space? Like all these things. Why do we have JSON? Why do we have TTYs? And you start just cutting and start optimizing just to be the bare minimum that that machine needs. So let's go, folks. Today, we're going to show you how you create specs.
I couldn't help but notice the Anthropic OAuth
yada, yada, yada. So the first thing you want to do, and one of the first principles of Ralph, is essentially deterministically mallocing the array. Context windows are arrays. The less that you use in that array, the less the window needs to slide, the better outcomes you get. Very much different to the Anthropic, which basically just completely keeps pounding the model in a loop until it gets compaction, and then the compaction is a lossy function, and then it can result in the loss of the pin. And what I call the pin is this. I've been incrementally building up Loom through conversations just like this. And this is my specifications. And every time I add a new feature or adjust, I continually evolve and update my specifications. And cool, this is now my pin. It's got my frame of reference of what this is all about. And I haven't injected it all, but what I've done, if I look at this file, it's a whole bunch of lookup tables that link to particular things and give hints to the search tool for like user authentication. What are some other words used for user authentication, which improves the hit rate of the search tool? The more it's able to find and look up that context, the less it's going to invent. I don't want it to invent anything to do with my current functionality, but I do want to use it as a pin or frame of reference to my current functionality. Okay, let's go. So how do you build specs? It's really simple. Hey, I want to add product analytics like post-hog into Loom. It would be used by products built on Loom. Thus, we are collecting information about non-authenticated users. Let's have a discussion.
I just realized he's on Windows. That's the scariest part of this.
And you can interview me. So we've got our pin, which basically you can use as a lookup source to learn more about the current functionality of the application. And then I just go like 4.4. I don't care about privacy. We collect data. Use the Loom secret create for IP addresses. So this is something I've got a special wrapper for PII type topics. That way logs for sensitive PII information will never end up, anything like IP addresses and all that stuff will never end up in logs. This is the engineering type topics. I'm giving it some direction. Later, I'll play with the privacy, etc. This is really low effort just to teach people how simple it is. 5, integration is via web API. Thus, the clients will be Rust/TypeScript and interact with the Loom API. Next up, I guess we need SDKs for this new feature set. So other applications can run experiments on the Loom platform. And this is a dance in and out. I don't want any like mobile, so I'm going to say no mobile, event model. Choose best practices. Look how PostHog does it. 3, 4 experiments integrate in with our existing.
Okay, I get how this part works.
So this is, think about this as about, you've got some clay on a pottery wheel and you're just like slowly making adjustments. You're molding the context window and you're testing what it knows and you're applying the engineering knowledge that you have. And we're shaping the specifications. We're shaping the specifications. And it's a dance, folks. This is how you build your specifications. You've got all the time in the world. And what's check the outcomes? It's free. It's pretty much free. I can just like let it do a couple of Ralph loops while I'm there, and I'll be driving it by hand. I'll be malloching and doing the principles by hand. And if I'm okay where it's going, then I will just let it rip. Otherwise, if something's wrong, I'll go back to the specifications. I will adjust some of the prompt engineering. Maybe I take some different approaches for the back pressure. There's a lot of things you can do with back pressure. Our job is now engineering back pressure to the generative function, to keep the generative function on the rails, the locomotive. Yeah, we want person profiles, Inc. anonymous, and SDK can identify someone. I don't know, what does PostHog do? 3, multi-tenancy works by analytics tied to a Loom org. They're tied to a Loom organization. I've already got ABAC. I've already got multi-tenancy built in. So this is me applying the engineering that you should use the search tool to learn how I'm already doing multi-tenancy. This is me steering the specification stage or adjusting the clay on the pottery wheel that you've got to use the search tool. Don't reinvent yourself here.
Leaves again.
Even Anthropic's doing it, like the user ask question tool, the planning tool, etc. But that's not good enough. Because there's no memory server-side for inferencing, it's just what's in the array. There's no reason why you can't preserve this conversation and rehydrate it later. So you can either create another terminal once you write it out to disk, and we're going to be doing that very shortly, and then let it rip attended, and then let it rip unattended, and then come back here and make some adjustments before you let it go the full hog. Or you can make some sort of tool here that just resumes this type of state, resumes the state of the conversation. So you can resume the planning. There's no reason why the source of truth needs to be marked down, folks. It can be just this array. Just do what PostHog does. Okay, then update spec.star.md and create a implementation plan at posthog.md. And this is the key. If you want to improve the ability for it to track the plan, I've seen people go JSON and other JSON, etc. All you need to do is think about the generative function into the search tool. Strong linkage. You just got to do linkage. And as bullet points, and cite the specification or source code that needs to be adjusted. Specification. And then you can start really playing with this, because the way that the read tool works is it works in hunks, folks. It works in hunks. So you can actually tell it to actually give specifics of what hunks in each file need to be done. I'm not going to do it here. I just need to let this rip. I've got about 7 minutes to get this going, and then I'm going to be AFK. The specs happening here. It's creating the new specification, but not only is it creating the new specification, it's updating my lookup table, the specs readme. It's updating the specs the lookup table. It's just a lookup table, and it has many different generative words to explain what each spec does. And those generative words act as essentially, by having more descriptors of what the specification is, that lookup table will get more hits for the search tool. You need to think about these things from first principles because you can drive it all by hand. The more you drive by hand, the better outcomes you get. If you go straight for the jackhammer, you're going to get terrible results, absolutely terrible results.
Jesus Christ.
This context, alrighty, we're now got a specification. Now, it would be really tempting to kick this off in this context window. But this context window, or this array, already has one goal. That's to create me some specifications. Now, there's a thing of context rot. This is what Ralph is all about, is avoiding compaction by deterministically malloking the array. So the question time, it should be no surprise. What we need to do is create a new array. We're going to keep this one open. We're going to have a look to see what it does, right? Because I might want to refine my specifications. So I'm just going to create another session.
Okay, he is SSHing.
Cool, and we're going to go to code, go to Loom, and the first thing we're going to do is create a prompt.md. Okay, we need our pin. Study specs readme.md, study, what is this called? It's called the specs implementation plan. And pick the most important thing to do. So instead of this multi-step type of approach, what we're doing is we're allowing the LLM to decide what the most important thing is in our implementation plan. It's it's not high control, it's low control with high oversight. And by only just doing one thing and lots of loops, then each loop only has one goal, one objective, and you're using less of the context window, folks. Very important. Okay, important. Anthropic likes you to yell at the LLM. Let's give it some completion promises or give some objectives. It's important. Use the Loom Web I18 and Loom for TypeScript. And I will just say this is like Loom 18n patterns for TypeScript, or the Loom 18n patterns for Rust. Okay, build, author property-based tests or unit tests, whichever is best. I'm giving the judgment to the LLM to decide whether it should be a property-based test, a unit test. I'm not going to get into that dogma where you should use each. This is your engineering knowledge. After run cargo test, run the tests. When tests pass, commit and push to deploy the changes. Now, Loom automatically deploys. There is no CI. There is no CI. It has full access to do sudo. It's been programmed in loops, so it can introspect the automatic deployment using sudo. And sudo is very safe, in this case, for bootstrapping up, because I use NixOS, and if you know, you know. Now, I'm kind of half-assing this, to be honest, because I'm pressed on time. You normally would do something a little bit better. So I'm just going to kick this off. While true, let's do the Ralph. Cat prompt.md to Claude dangerously skip permissions. Done, and I made a typo. While true. Cool, we're now doing the Ralph Wiggum. While true, we're deterministically malloking the harness or the harness, and
Oh fuck, I was muted. Yeah, that's the proper Claude or the proper Ralph loop. While true, cat the markdown for the prompt and just pass it to Claude.
the Ralph Wiggum. While true, we're deterministically malloking the harness or the harness, and in the bigger picture of this, Loom is the thing that actually deterministically mallocs, or is the Ralph loop, and it's running many Ralph loops, and they're chain reactive as much as need be, like Erlang style. And it is, let me just check. I think I made a mistake here. So this is the idea. You don't have to immediately go into full-blown Ralph. You can do it attended. I forgot to update the implementation plan when the task is done. YY. Cool. And this sets up our state checkpoints. Let's kick off Ralph again. So this is the practice, backwards, forwards. You're like, you don't just let it rip. You watch this. We're watching it. I'll call out anything that I notice that's a little bit weird, and I'll cancel this. I'll go back and adjust my prompt. Maybe this was a little bit more effort. I would like expect the code to make sure it's following conventions. But like for me, at least with Loom, it really doesn't matter if it outputs something bad, because I would just sit down there with a highlighter and have a look if it's bad, and that's just another Ralph loop to pull and curate and refactor the code base to follow conventions. If it gets internationalization, that's just a Ralph loop to force it to do that. If it doesn't use ABAC for security, that's just another Ralph loop. It's just different techniques of the Ralph loop to automate things. So this is now running. So let's just kick off some music. I'm going to go AFK and going to go out tonight. So cheers, folks. Thanks for tuning in. I hope this answers a lot of questions. You've got to approach this from first levels principles, and you can do Ralph by hand because it's all about deterministically mallocing the array.
Cool. Feel like I know enough now. There was another video I watched before this. I'm going to go find it in my history quick.
We stay in the...
It was this one about stop using the Ralph Loop plugin, and I wanted to grab his recommended version. Oh, is this from Ryan? Nice. This is actually a very useful source. I don't know if you're still here, Ryan, but if you are, that will definitely make it in. Drop that. Let me grab this. Cool. Does anybody have a link to the original Ralph Loop blog post by chance? I think of everything I need. That asset isn't going to be necessarily useful. And a vid watch. The real vid is coming now. Perfect. Thank you, Connor. Perfect. I can work with this. This isn't just X, it's a Y. This definitely is written by AI. Maybe I'll take a look at this later, but not really relevant to what I'm doing now. I grab that link. Let me put these all in the description. Oh, in the Ralph Loops core sources for description. Grab that. And grab that. Assuming I will use that. Yep. Cool. This is a proper one. Nice. I can work with this. Drop links. What are beads? Fun. Oh, God. That makes everything way more complex. I'm saving that for later. Okay, this I can work with. I've not looked at Gastown yet. Yeah, let's see how yours works. Step. Okay, it's too much to read. Let me go back to your README. Tasks. Branch per task, nice. A little harder core. I'll keep these around to reference, but I do want to go on like the first principles bit, like encouraging people make their own solution. I think that is key to this. Cool. I can work from here. It is not like this. I'll explain why in the video. Oh, and an original. I was assuming he had changes he had made on this, and that's why he had a fork of it. This is increasingly chaotic. I like something between the simple version and the version from Ryan. But I can work with this. It's time. I'm doing it. Thank you, Sun Templar, for the Prime sub. Let me close these. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Let's split view these again. There we go. I need to film. Okay, this I'll keep as one of the many examples of other solutions. I'm going to move all these down. Okay. For those, let me get these in order for how I want to cover it. That's the original. This is a good follow-up. Oh boy, okay. I'll work from here. Let's do it. Yeah, blow my nose quick and then we'll start. Okay. Why is everybody sick at the same time? Because everybody was traveling and people crossed paths of more people in a shorter window, while it was also a primary time for germs to manifest because germs hate sunlight and there's been less sun because we're at the time of year where there is less sun. People have been inside more and in small enclosed spaces more, like inside of cars, inside of buses, inside of trains, inside of planes, inside of airports. Obviously, everyone's going to get sick. That's just how germs work. I know the human layer guy. I think I passed on investing in him if I recall, but he's really, really deep on this shit. I should talk to him more. He's been wanting to sit me down and like force me to vibe code for a while. I will hit him up soon. But for now, let's do this. Oh boy. Fine, I'll talk about the Wiggum looter. Okay, fine, I'll talk about Ralph loops. You guys have been asking for a while, and they are a really interesting topic. They were originally created by Jeff Huntley. They were originally introduced by Jeff Huntley all the way back in July, but there's been a huge surge in interest that is from a handful of different things, all of which we'll talk about. There are really cool things you can build with Ralph loops. They meaningfully increase the scope of the tasks you can hand off to an AI and expect it to complete. That said, there are a lot of different ways to do Ralph loops that vary in how useful they are and how much they follow the original vibe of what Jeff was trying to create with the loops. Ryan Carson did a pretty good job breaking down a step-by-step guide on how to get Ralph loops working in shipping code. He even put up a GitHub repo that describes a lot of this, includes a Ralph.sh file and everything else you need. And Jeff replied, "This isn't it," with a link to a video about specifically why Claude Code's implementation is not actually Ralph loops. The plugin that you might be using in those different so the plugin you might be using in things like Claude Code probably isn't a proper Ralph loop, but there are also lots of other implementations. There is the original, there are projects like Continuous Claude. There are individual implementations from everybody from Ben, my channel manager, to Mickey, There are implementations from there are a lot of personal implementations, like Ben has his that he was using for an Elixir app. Mickey from Convex has one that he put up here that has a lot of customization, additional features. There's a lot to talk about here, and I want to try and break it down so you can understand what a Ralph loop is, whether or not you want to use it, and most importantly, how you can bring these ideas into your day-to-day work to be more effective as you use AI tools. That said, I do have to quote Lee quick. She Ralph on my Wiggum until I merge. I'm going to need therapy after that one, so let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor before I go further. Okay. Thanks, Lee. Let me get an Excalibur up for this too. We'll definitely need it. Before we dive into the history, I think it's important to have a vague idea of what a Ralph loop is. To put it simply, it's executing your AI agents in a bash loop so they keep going as long as they need to. The way this is implemented can vary a lot, but if we go to the original Ralph post here, you can see the example. While true, do cat prompt.md, pipe that to Claude code, and just keep doing this. This version will literally run forever, and you have to manually stop it. And this is what the creator of the Ralph loop mostly does. Said creator of the Ralph, that's gonna have sound. Said creator of the Ralph loop put together one of the most chaotic videos I've ever seen all about this. It's not the easiest watch. It will be linked in the description if you're curious, but I'm gonna do my best to distill the lessons from here and the values you can get from it and how you build. I think there are a lot of things we can learn from this strategy, even if we don't necessarily use it the specific proposed way. Jeff originally implemented the Ralph loop to build a pretty crazy project, which was a full programming language built. Jeff originally made the Wiggum loop Jeff originally made the Ralph loop to build something pretty crazy, which was a full programming language from scratch. I actually already made a video about this way back when he did it because I thought it was so cool. But in order for it to do this, you have to change the way the agents execute. A big part of how agents execute is the context. I don't even have a terminal open right now. Cool. When you are doing work with a tool like Claude Code, the history is being passed in for the token generation. You have to remember the way AI works is just next token prediction. So if I say the capital of the United States is, all the AI is doing is guessing what the next word would be based on all the previous things in context. It does this through a crazy mapping of parameters that allow it to calculate, based on the current history of the chat and the tokens that it has, what the most likely next token is. There are catches here, though. In particular, context limits. You can only have so much text in the context before these prediction algorithms get really bad. Some models can go much further than others, but that doesn't really matter when the quality goes down as a result. There's a term for the quality going down: context rot. And it's really important to remember this because it's a big part of why Ralph loops are so interesting. Context rot happens when there is too much information in the context, which causes the models to behave worse. The solution tools like Claude Code have for this is compaction. And you could trigger it by hand by typing /compact, Or if you go over the context window, it will do a compaction for you, where it sends the existing history to a model, says, hey, summarize this and pull out any key details, and then it uses that as the history instead. So as you are working in an AI so as you're doing a back and forth with an AI agent like Claude Code, Cursor, whatever else, every time you send a message, that gets added to the context. Then the model does a bunch of stuff. This is now added to the context. Then you send a follow-up. Then the model adds even more. And every time anything is happening, it is appending. So this first message might be 20 tokens. The response you get might be, I don't know, let's say 5,000 tokens. Then you send another 20 token follow-up and then another 5,000 tokens. When you send this 20 token follow-up, the model isn't parsing just those 20 tokens. It's the 20 plus the 20 plus the 5,000 from before, because it is going through and sending the whole history. When you send a message, everything before it is sent. And eventually, once you have it, and then when you hit the limit, or even just get to the point where the context is too bloated and the accuracy goes down, things get worse. And as I said before, the solution is effectively, as I said before, the solution most tools use is once they have this and it's too long, the system will send a prompt that is effectively, summarize, please. This summary gets sent up to be a whole new thing. We'll say that the summary context is blue, and it will take these 20,000 tokens and make it a much smaller number. We'll say 5K tokens of summary. And then the model continues generating like nothing happened. Kind of, though. There are a lot of problems with this. There are details that might get lost. Like, let's say you have a really important detail here, like always read this specific file. And then when the model compacts your context, it loses that instruction. Now, whatever context you thought was important from here is lost as well. One of the key points of a Ralph loop is to throw this whole compaction model away. Instead of having each prompt add on to your history, the goal of a Ralph loop is to break out every follow-up prompt as its own new history. There is a problem here, though. If you have information that was important in the history, you lose it. And that is where a lot of the implementation details of the Ralph loop come in. All of the details, all of the implementation, all of the things that make it interesting are how do you get the right information into this prompt so that you can run this in a loop. Instead of getting to the end and then sending a follow-up, what if you get to the end, you update some piece of important information, and then start a new instance from scratch that will continue the work that was happening previously? Imagine a really good engineer whose brain gets wiped whenever they do too much work at once. So if you have this incredible engineer that can build anything, but once they have done too many lines of code, their memory gets wiped and they have to start from scratch. You're effectively building techniques to catch them back up the right amount fast enough that they can get back to work efficiently. And that's where a lot of the interesting parts of Ralph loops come in. I like how Ryan breaks this down. Even if it's not a proper Ralph loop, I think it's a good example. It's a bash loop that pipes a prompt into your agent. The agent picks the next story from a PRD, which is a plan document that describes the work you want done. The agent implements that story from it. It runs type checks and tests. It commits if passing, marks the story done, logs the learnings, loops, and repeats until all of the work is done. And this is the key, the memory persistence. It only persists things, information, memory, by making git commits so it's staying there, by updating a progress.txt file with the things it learns, so instead of keeping the whole context, it just keeps the important key parts, and the PRD JSON, which keeps track of all of the statuses for all of the tasks that are being completed. There are lots of different ways to implement this, like the way that this is implemented in the Ralph loop video from the original creator.
Complete.
Do that. I'm going to go back to when I edited it here. So, there are lots of different ways to implement this. For example, the original creator, what he suggests doing is going back and forth with the model a bunch to write a thorough plan for what you want to have done that has all of the different tasks that need to be completed in it. Have that in a file in the code base somewhere. In this case, it's inspect/analytics implementation plan.md. And the important instruction here of pick the most important thing to do, not go through this in order. Pick what you think is most important on here and work on that. And once it's completed, the next time you run it, it will pick something different. And this markdown file is updated when it is completing a task. So he put in here, update the implementation plan when the task is done. That's the key. But this is also where the Ralph Wiggum plugin for Claude Code starts to have problems. The original implementation was Jeff Huntley's simple while true loop. This plugin works quite a bit differently. The loop happens inside your current session, which sounds really convenient, but sadly causes its own set of problems. Because when it's running in one session, it's no longer compacting. Because when it runs in one session, it no longer has the clean history to start from. It's constantly overflowing the context window and then having to go back and compact and losing track of what it's doing sometimes as a result. If you think of these things as boxes or layers, where we have on the outside here, this is Claude Code. In an ideal world, following the official Ralph Wiggum mindset, the Ralph loop would live outside. So the Ralph loop is a thing that exists outside of Claude Code because then it can kill it and reinstantiate it whenever it wants to. And Claude Code's history doesn't get to control anything. Like, it is effectively taking Claude Code out of control, and the source of truth is now the markdown or JSON file that describes the work being done, and the bash loop that is triggering the work to then continue with a fresh agent. The problem with the plugin is that it inverses this, where instead of the Ralph loop controlling Claude Code controls the Ralph loop, which means a lot of those benefits disappear immediately. You're effectively, with this plugin, preventing Claude Code from saying, I am done. If that is all you want the Ralph loop for, you want it to just keep going indefinitely, and you don't care about the compaction, and you think it works fine with the higher amounts of context and the potential loss of important data from the original prompt, cool, you can do that. But I personally have not had much success with this, and I would expect, but I've personally not had much success with this, and I think a lot of the people that are struggling with Ralph loops are probably using it that way too. I know that's how I was using it, and I wasn't seeing much. But when I talk to people like Ben, who have been using it the other way, where he wraps open code with it on the outside with a script, they've seen much more success. And I'm planning on trying this myself too. One more important piece is, how do you determine when it is done? The original classic Ralph loop by Jeff himself, the original classic Ralph loop, The classic Ralph loop implementation is to stop it by hand. A person comes in and halts it when they think the work is probably done. For various reasons that might not be ideal, which is why For various reasons, this might not be ideal, which is why other implementations include some way for the model to indicate that the work is completed. For example, For example, the Ryan's implementation, he specifies to the model in the prompt that when it has completed all of the work in the planning file, it should output promise, complete, close promise. And if we see this inside of the results, then we exit the loop. Otherwise, we keep going. You can also set a number of max iterations so that if it goes for too long, it will automatically stop. Not everybody does that, including Jeff, but you probably should do this just to make sure you don't waste all of your tokens. And this will burn tokens, by the way. I'm sure you know that going in, but make sure you know that as you go in. Ryan also posted examples of a prompt MD as well as the PRD JSON. It's missing a little bit of important information. Like one of the things I think that retake on that bit. Yeah. It is missing a bit of important info at the top here. Like I really, really like, I was actually in the right spot here. Like I really like in Jeff's video, he specifies at the top, study the spec/readme file, which is the file that includes all of the specs and roughly what the project is and how it works. So it has the right amount of context in the right context when it starts. And then also study the implementation plan that you're building and pick the most important thing to do. This gives you the right context at the start, which is one of the most important things. If you don't have the whole history because you don't keep the history anymore, you need to put work in to make sure that the right information is inside of this first piece. Not necessarily everything it needs to know about the code base, but the instructions on what top level things it needs to know about the code base, as well as instructions on how to find more information that it might need. Counterintuitively, it's actually totally okay if in this box you tell it to go read some file and then it has to do work in every single one of these instances to get the contents of that file. That might seem like a waste. Like, why not just put that information in directly? There's a bunch of reasons why, but let the model determine if it does or doesn't need that info. Just make sure it knows where to find it. The models have good tools for search, for grep, for finding information, but they don't know what information they should be finding, and making sure you give it the right path to the information is one of the most important pieces. So in this prompt MD, so this is an example of a prompt that gets fed over and over again whenever a new instance is created. The task, read the PRD file, read the progress file, check codebase patterns first, check you're on the correct branch, don't think you really need to have that, pick the highest priority story where passes is false, implement the one story, run type checks and tests, update agentsmd file with learnings, commit the feature, update the PRD JSON, and append learnings to progress.txt. There is a problem with this one, which is that if it doesn't finish the work in one pass, even if the work is just one story, it's possible one story or one task might fail or take more than one run. Most of the implementations I've seen here are check progress.txt to see if a task is in progress, pick it up if it hasn't been completed yet. And if you fail to complete it before you run out of room, specify what you learned in the process in progress.txt. And then we have an example of a PRD JSON. This can just be a markdown file with checkboxes too. This is a pretty simple format though. Branch name, and then user stories as a keyed array that has all of the stories for this particular branch. Add login form, acceptance criteria. These are things that you expect it to do if you've succeeded. They're not real tests, but this is also one of those things that's interesting about AI. This is all super chaotic and non-deterministic, but the definition of criteria to accept can be a lot vaguer now. It could be that you write tests and make sure they pass. It could be that this capability exists and the agent goes and validates it. As long as they have the right tools to validate and the right knowledge to make sure of the thing being real, you can kind of just put a string of text here and it works, which is kind of crazy, but also awesome. And then the key piece here, passes, being a Boolean, where once it's true, this story can now be skipped and other ones can be looked at. And again, the model doesn't go through this and do them one at a time. It looks at the list and chooses the thing it thinks is most important and goes and does it. I do want to talk a bit more about acceptance criteria because I think there are some cool things you can do here. Obviously, things like unit tests are more important than ever. Type checks and type check passing and having the right commands for the model to do a type check, really useful stuff. Adding pieces like the ability to do testing in the browser using a browser skill of some form so it can check in Chrome that things behave as expected can be really helpful, but also can be expensive and slow the model down quite a bit. There's the, yeah. One underrated thing that I have found to actually be quite useful is using an AI coding CLI, for example, CodeRabbit, where you can have a tool call or even have this as part of the loop, where after a run, it runs the CodeRabbit CLI against the current diff, finds any potential things that might be wrong with that code, and then sends that as part of the context to another agent that will go and fix the things that it caught. Super, super helpful and can result in the code you ship being significantly nicer. I'm considering going even further and having a special Git instance that only the agents use that has CodeRabbit running as a pre-commit hook. In fact, pre-commit hooks are one of those things that makes a lot of sense when you're building this way because you don't want it to commit the code unless you're sure that it works. Man, a lot of my takes on these things are changing as a result of how AI works. Like previously, I would never have wanted to add pre-commit hooks to any project because they make your life as a developer so much worse. Like the idea that you can't commit code unless I validate a bunch of things first sucks. And I wouldn't want to put any human dev through that. But I'd gladly put some agents through it. Cool. Just want to make one last point on this. One last important point I want to make to like help with your mental modeling here, especially as you contrast with other solutions for doing these types of big builds with AI. Imagine you have a big project and you've broken it down into tasks. If you have a traditional eng job, it wouldn't be uncommon to say, okay, person 1 gets these tasks, person 2 gets these ones, and then these ones get picked up by whoever has the spare time and whoever finishes their work first. You end up parallelizing a lot of the work, so different things can happen at the same time. But once you do that, things get way more complex. You have to worry about conflicts. You have to worry about people stepping on each other's toes. You have to worry about things that might be dependent on other things. It can make stuff messy fast. And if you don't have memory, because again, that's one of the core pieces, agents lose everything that they've done as soon as you hit the context window and have to compress it or move on. If you're assigned to work on tasks 6, 7, and 8, and it turns out 7 is blocked by 2, you're going to keep getting stuck realizing that over and over again, because that knowledge isn't going to stay present unless you have a way to do it. So a big part of why the Ralph loops are interesting is it throws that whole model away. Instead of trying to split the work up into various groups that can be done by different people in parallel, it says, hey, model, pick what you think is most important to do first. And it says, okay, task 6. So it does task 6. And then it completes it. Now it's green because it's done. Then you ask again, what remaining task is most important? It looks at them all, says, I'm going to do 3. Okay, it does 3. Now that's done. And what happens is it is done linearly. It is not done in a fixed order. It's not 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, but it is done linearly. It's 6, then 3, then 1, then 2. Not 6 and 7 being done at the same time as 1 and 2 are. By throwing away the parallelism aspect, you end up reducing a lot of the complexity, which allows this method to be more reliable. That said, if the work is separated enough, like tasks 1 and 2 really are super different from tasks 7 and 8, and you are watching closely, maybe you can split those up into parallel agents on your machine. But if I've learned anything from my time building with these tools, it's that doing things in parallel can get really frustrating really fast because our development environments just aren't built for that yet. If you're running background agents using tools like Claude Code for Web, like Devin, like whatever the heck GitHub is doing now, or Cursor's background stuff, then it might work. But I've just yet to find a workflow where that works well for me. I still prefer running these things on my machine with my tools. One last thing, because I think it's important to understand the range of opinions here. Peter here is one of the most talented agentic coders I've ever seen. He was a very legit engineer before the AI stuff. He had an exit. He's doing very well. And he's coming back into coding more than ever. I showed his GitHub before. It legitimately looks like unbelievable because he has so many projects that he has been working on actively recently. Like, it's just crazy. There are individual days where he's shipping over 500 commits. Yeah, he did 534 on December 28th. Unreal. So you'd imagine he is using these loops absurdly large amounts, right? Oh no, did I lose where I was because of that? There we are. So you'd imagine someone like this is clear. So you'd imagine someone like this is Ralph looping super hard, right? Nope. He mostly uses codecs. I found that codecs is actually quite good at these super long-running tasks and tends to be better at honoring the original intent of the original prompt when it does its compaction, when it runs for a while. Here is a change that he had it make that touched 393 files, added 8,000 lines of code, and deleted almost 7,000. Someone assumed the prompt he used for this was super complex and probably took a ton of steps. It wasn't. He said, rename providers to messaging channels. That was the whole prompt, and the model was able to go and do that for a super long time. So if your reason for using something like a Ralph loop is just to complete longer tasks or have it work on a thing for a longer amount of time, you probably don't need it. I have had this annoyance myself where I was writing a plan, got it to approve the plan, and said, okay, implement it. Then it stopped halfway through. It's like, okay, I finished phase 1. Let me know what you think and when I should start phase 2. Does the Ralph loop solve for this? Kind of. But it's still annoying as hell. Just absurdly so. And I don't think that's the point either. The goal of a Ralph loop isn't to solve the problem that the agent stops too early. The goal of the Ralph loop is to let you build an entirely different way where you are orchestrating agents in a linear fashion to do lots of different pieces of related work as part of a PRD doc. This longer running task work is a big part of why Pete prefers codecs over open code. Or this longer running work is a big part of why Pete prefers codecs in GPT 5.2 over Claude Code. He's even specified in his writing in the past that he has it unslopping old crimes from Opus 4.0. And the big difference with codecs is it will just silently read files for 10 to 15 minutes before it even starts writing code. On the other hand, on one hand, that's annoying. On the other, it's amazing because it greatly increases the chance that it fixes the right thing. Opus is much more eager, which is great for small edits, but not so good for larger refactors or features. And as he specifies here, it often doesn't read the whole file or misses parts and then delivers inefficient outcomes or misses something. Remember earlier, the file here, study spec/readme, study spec/analytics implementation plan? These are things being used to make it more likely the model starts from the right place, because that's really what this all comes down to. The models are no better than the context they have, and all of the stuff we have talked about today, be it Ralph loops, be it everything we've talked today, be it Ralph loops, be it the way Pete uses codecs, be it all of the PRD stuff, it's all about context engineering. And I've avoided using that term until now because I know as soon as I say it, people's ears will just fall off and their brains will fall out. That is a thing that matters now. Making sure the right cargo is on the train before it goes off is a big part of how these tools work and how we should use them properly. And the point of all of this is to do better context engineering to set the agent up for the highest likelihood of success. So in the end, a Ralph loop is just calling an agent in bash. So in the end, a Ralph loop is just calling an agent in a loop via bash. How it's actually done varies a lot, and hopefully what you get out of this isn't, I should go use a Ralph loop. Rather, you're rethinking how you manage the context of your agents as you are using them to build real software. This has been a chaotic journey, but I hope you learned something from it, from the history of Ralph loops to why they are useful. This is a whole new world we're diving into, and I get why people are excited, but we really should try to learn the lessons rather than the terms and tools that people are hyped about. Hopefully this helps break that down for you. I know it's been helpful as I've been learning these things. Let me know what you think, and until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Cool. Some things here. Cool. All good. I'm going to grab this link. It's useful. We did it. Also, phase. Idea for phase. Use WAN animate on me with Ralph for intro. I made a slightly better version of the stream thumbnail that Ben and I decided we should save for the final version of the video. It's this. I kind of want to use WAN animate, which for those who aren't familiar, it's a thing a lot of people have been demoing on Twitter, funny enough, just like now. But I've known about this for a bit. It's an older model, like mid last year. What you do is you give it a video of a person moving, and then you give it an image, and it will animate the image based on the original source. So theoretically speaking, what we should be able to do is put my intro that I recorded as the video source, put the image of Ralph in my studio as the starting image, and it will animate Ralph to be me for the intro, which could be really funny. Yeah. I have all of this running on my own local machine. It shouldn't be too expensive to run through FAL, but if you just give me the intro cut down phase, I can ship this off to FAL or run it on my own box and get that handled. Not doing it with the Ralph voice changer. I think in my voice, but I'm just Ralph is funnier. Cool. What a chaotic set of things. Nice funding. Oh, thanks, Nick, for joining on YouTube. Thank you, Sun Templar, for the Prime, Captain Mexico 717 for the 7 months of support, and then CJE the Legend 43 months in. Last night I had Ralph spend $6 on repeatedly checking a completed to-dos MD file. Yeah, the ability to exit is important. Yeah, I'm super behind on DMs and messages here. What do you have for me? Went overboard. No. This is solid. You get the vibe of our thumbnails pretty well here. Structurally, the thing that matters and everything like this, it has to be coupled with the title properly, but enough people recognize the logo that they'll get this. That said, I have my preferred way of doing this particular thumbnail. Let me just switch this over to my browser that I actually use this in. Stack Overflow logo. Dark graveyard with a single tombstone, has a Stack Overflow logo provided as an attachment, embossed on the stone. Below the logo, it says RIP Stack Overflow. Give it a couple different models. High res 16:9. This is where I would start from. I've also like legitimately had fun. Like if a video's topic could reasonably be AI generated for the thumbnail, I've been trying to experiment with that more. Like I really liked this one. I was so proud of this one. I leaked URL. That's fine. The fun thing with this URL is if you sign in, you can't use it because I set up a guard. You can go ahead and try to sign in. You can't do anything. Put the tombs. If I had a better example, like, because I've done this type of thumbnail before, I would probably go grab one of the existing ones and pass that in as a source too. But I'll often just to like get an idea or to actually sketch out a final thumbnail, do this here, but only on ones where I have like a very specific concept. I think it's a solid video concept. I think it's a little dated is the problem. It's like that was a hot topic a few days ago, and I don't know if the topic is still as interesting. Like for that one, I would go look at the viewership that the other videos got about the topic and see how they are continuing to perform. Like how well did Prime's video do the first day? And has it continued to get viewership since? And use those as factors to decide if it's worth doing or not. Okay, now we're talking. This is like exactly what I had in mind. Yeah. Prompting skills are similar to packaging skills in terms of how much you have to think about it. And Nano Banana Pro is fucking cracked. I am still barely scratching the surface for use cases for Nano Banana Pro. There are a couple different tools for checking viewership history over time. I have like 5 of them and they all kind of suck. Usually I just have like a rough memory of how many views a video had if I checked it before and I see if it's done well since. Mostly relying on my brain for that, but yeah, there are lots of other tools for it too. Yeah, I am super behind on email. It's disgusting. I've spent so much time just planning for the last few days. But yeah, I'll catch up on email and DMs and everything soon. It's disgusting. Like these are all of the DMs I have to read and respond to still. Like the DMs stop here. And then I can see servers again. And I cleared half of them earlier today. You guys have no idea how bad it is. Yeah, the inviting people to email is a choice, but also I have others to help me manage all of that. And since it'll be a consistent format, it's much easier for me to parse. Oh, I made so many Vibe Canpan PRs. Don't worry, Dom. I'll get back to you soon. Sorry that I'm delayed on that. Cool. Okay, let's figure out what we're doing next. Okay. Cold emailing startups is only going to get you jobs at bad startups. Cold DMing cool people at startups saying that you like the work that they're doing is much more likely to be successful. What are you going to leak to me? Forget the structure is they found under the pyramids based on the books from BCE. Hilarious. Oh, this is a leak. Creating the Git repo. Not sure I'm following what you're saying here, man. I'm more than happy paying for inference anyways. Am I going to open source? Of course I'm going to fucking open source. Whether you're becoming dependent on Claude Code? I don't know how to frame my thoughts on that yet. I'll think on this more. How to not become dependent on the tools, but at the same time, like, they're here forever. Like, I'm dependent on JavaScript. Oh shit, it's already 6:30 and I filmed one. You'll look at the rest of those later. There's a couple emails in there. Good ideas from the ones I just saw. Nothing like, oh shit, that's really clever. I should film that ASAP though. Like the best ideas aren't the ones that have the highest potential. They are the ones that have pretty high potential, but are relatively low effort. The effort to reach ratio is really important to think about. I don't really know how I would make a video about this. Maybe like the war against GPUs, maybe. Yeah, I could maybe do that one in the future. I want to do this though. Is there a new Claude Code update that dropped? Send links if so. I'll probably talk about it. Clarity markered. Let's do this. Actually, I want... There's a comment I see on a lot of my videos, and I want to fix my shirt a little bit. There's a comment I've been seeing a lot lately, and I wanted to take the time to address it. It's usually in the format of something like, man, I missed the old Theo videos. I really liked when Theo would talk about tech and new frameworks and TypeScript, and now all he does is shill AI stuff that he makes money off of. I have a lot of thoughts about this. My first one is that when I look at my channel, sure, there is quite a bit more AI, but there's also a deep dive video on database technology and why I like different things. There's a video about a Tailwind drama that was pretty in-depth that I actually really liked. There's a detailed video on me moving off of Next in favor of TanStack Start that was basically zero AI. I had one of my favorite videos I've ever done where I broke down logging and how to do it right in applications at scale. I have my parsing 2 billion rows video, which sure is for an AI chat app, but it's a deep tech dive. And then my CSS video that nobody watched because it turns out not everyone does want to see the tech content. That all said, I do recognize that that is about a third to half of my recent videos. And the rest are AI related, like what happens now and even Linus's vibe coding. So why the shift? Am I being paid a whole bunch of money to talk about and chill AI stuff? Am I doing this because I suck at coding now? Or is there some deeper motivation? I have a lot of thoughts on this. I don't think y'all understand both how deeply I think about what I talk about, but also how little I plan in this higher level way. The simplest way to put it is that I make videos based on what I am interested in and excited about at any given time, and the longer way of putting it will come right after the break for today's sponsor. Cool. Before I talk about why I think, before I go too deep into why I'm talking about AI so much, I think we need to talk a bit about the history of my YouTube channel. Because I didn't ever want to be a YouTuber. I have always been a degenerate YouTube watcher. Like, I have spent far too much time watching videos on this platform, and I still do to this day. But the channel didn't start because I had all these crazy ideas for videos or I wanted to be a YouTuber. It started for very different reasons. This channel is actually the YouTube account I have used since I was a kid. It's existed for like 18 years or so, I believe. I had one video I uploaded when the iPhone 11 came out demoing the ability to film skate footage with the ultra-wide camera. But then I didn't do anything on it because it was just the channel I used to watch YouTube. What happened was more so on Twitter. During COVID, I left my job at Twitch, and I really missed talking about the things I was nerdy about and that I would talk about with my coworkers. When a new framework like Svelte dropped, or some cool TypeScript changes were happening, or I got really interested in Zustand and Jodi and all these new state management libraries, or just deep dove on Elixir for a long time. All those types of things were exciting to me, and I was so lucky to have an awesome set of coworkers when I was at Twitch that would hang out with me at lunch and dinner, and I could nerd out about this stuff with them. Most of those people were much more experienced and smarter than me, so it was a fun way to like bring the things that were exciting to me and be countered by the people who were not as excited anymore for various reasons, but had the knowledge and institutional history to push back on some of those things. And it was a really fun way to bring my excitement and energy and have it contrast with experienced developers and try to come to a middle ground. And as I got more experience and did more and more of this, and as I got more experience and had more and more of these conversations, I started to really internalize the lessons from those more talented developers that I'd been working with for so long. That was where so much of my growth came from. And by the time I left Twitch, I was able to be on both sides of that conversation. I could be the excited person, but I could also be the one who pushed back on that excitement. What I was missing was people to have on the opposite side of the table from me, and I missed it so much. I missed it so much that I started participating actively in Twitter Spaces, which was a way to just get in a group with a couple people and a bunch of listeners where we could nerd out about whatever. For a long time, there was a Spaces series that was hosted by Jacob Evans, who is still one of my best friends to this day. Jacob would host a Twitter space every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday afternoon where we would just nerd out about what was called code and life. We just talked about whatever was interesting to us. I had like 40 or 50 followers probably at the time and started showing up because I wanted to nerd out, and other people were there. I was showing up and listening and had thoughts on some of the topics. So I requested to speak and did. And then had a lot to say. I got more and more involved in these places because I wanted to nerd out. I wanted to talk about these things that were interesting and exciting to me. And I talked my poor roommate's ear off. That roommate is now Mark, my CTO. And I obviously still talk his ear off, but I needed more places to just get this out of me. When I'm excited about things, I want to talk about them and discuss them. It's essential to how I process the things myself. You've probably seen in my videos before, the take I have at the start could be very different from the one I have at the end because the process of talking it through and also hanging out with my Twitch chat live, hi guys, was so helpful for me in forming my own ideas on these things. And I really liked that conversational back and forth side. Really wanted to have that as an essential part of my content. So why the hell did I start doing videos? Because that's not that. This is me preaching to you. It's not us having the back and forth. It happened because in the Twitter spaces, I was struggling to convey some of the things that I wanted to show. Also, shout out Code King. Happy that we have the same motivation for our channel. It's probably a big part of why I like your channel so much. As I was building my startup, at least the original version of it, Ping, the video calling app for streamers, I wanted to better Real quick, just to emphasize how much I cared about this conversational stuff, I think seeing my first startup will help you deeply understand. I built Ping to make it easier to do collaborative content. So if I wanted to bring an experienced engineer on who was building something cool to talk about it with them, I could. The whole point of this project was to make the types of conversations I was excited about easier to do and turn into content that could be shared. And as I built this, my own engineering takes developed a ton really quickly because I was experimenting with all sorts of new tools so that I could avoid hiring and instead focus on building quality solutions with a small locked-in team. What I ended up settling on was what we now know as the T3 stack, which was a combination of Next.js, TRPC, Prisma, Tailwind, React, and of course, TypeScript. People to this day think that T3 stands for Tailwind, TypeScript, and TRPC. It actually stands for Theo. The 3 is the 3 letters after the T. I've had the domain t3.gg since before Tailwind and TRPC even existed. So sure, we can retcon it if you guys want to. That was not the point though. So why does this video exist? Spoiler, it's not actually a video. What happened was I was trying to explain this tech to my friends in these Twitter spaces and how much it was helping me build and changing how I built. And it was hard to explain that with just words and no video or code or anything to showcase. So I ended up going to one of Jacob's projects and rewriting it in my stack. When I did that, Jacob was blown away and saw the value very quickly. I took his 5,000 line of code mess of weird Firebase stuff and turned it into a really simple 500 line of code project that took advantage of all the things I have in this thumbnail. He understood. And then we tried to explain this to people and still had the same problem. And I couldn't just go and clone and rewrite every single person's project to prove out the stack. So I did something different. I went live on Twitch without a guest, which at the time I only went live to test Ping really. So I went live and built a new app from scratch using my stack so I could showcase why I built this way, why I use these technologies, and how common and the goal was simple. I wanted to showcase the tech I used, why I used it, and how cool it was when you built in this way, and how fast you could stand up an app when you build this way. And it went way better than expected. The stream only had like 5 to 10 people watching, which is hilarious because right now there's a few thousand, which is just still so unbelievable to me. Thank you all, by the way. If you haven't already subscribed, please consider hitting that button. It does help us a lot. But the fact that there are so many of you here and that we're so close to hitting 500K is just unfathomable because I started with a few dozen followers on Twitter just talking about things I cared about, and here we are. So this stream, actually, I bet if we look at the footage, we can see in the chat that I have open randomly throughout just how few people there were. Open the chat at any point in this. I had so few chatters that I didn't even bother opening the Twitch chat throughout because there just wasn't anyone. That is hilarious and very me. Yeah. So again, I was a nobody just building this way, wanting to showcase why I built this way to people. And what ended up happening is that video got almost 300,000 plays, largely because the next video I did was me doing an interview with Dan Abramov. Again, I liked conversations and collaborations, but also have a lot of opinions about job interviews. And I reached out to Dan because he was doing a bunch of mock job interviews, and I wanted to do a better one because I care a lot about interview culture in tech. That video obviously did well because Dan Abramov, but as a weird side effect of it, a lot of people went to this video, and that was crazy. For a little bit, this original T3 Stack video was performing better than the Dan Abramov interview. This wasn't a video, though. The point of this was never to be a video. The only reason it's on YouTube at all is because I made a stream. The only reason it's on YouTube at all is because after my stream, people were asking for it in those Twitter spaces, and none of them wanted to use the god-awful Twitch VOD player to watch. So I just downloaded the exact stream, made no edits, and re-uploaded it on YouTube, and it did way better than I ever would have imagined. So a couple things to... One is that I just want to nerd out. That's the point of all of this, is I have these things I want to talk about. And if you ask anybody who knows me in person, I'm exactly the same as I am on the channel. I just want to geek out about the things I'm excited by. I like having deep conversations about the things I'm nerdy about. That's why, to this day, I still film almost all of my videos live on Twitch. Because when I film this way, people can ask questions, they can have pushback, they can disagree with me, and we can have these back and forths. And the result is I feel better about what I'm talking about. We get to learn about the things in a different way, and it feels more like those lunch and dinner conversations that I missed so much. And then we have the most important piece to take from all of this. I want to share how I build. That was always the point. The conversations I have on this channel are almost identical to the conversations I'm having offline when I'm talking with my friends in San Francisco about all of these things. The goal is to talk about these things because I'm excited about them, and hopefully, if the conversation goes well, you can learn something from it and build in a different and better way. It could even be that your learning is you disagree fundamentally with the way I'm doing things and can go off and do things your way more confidently. That is a more than acceptable takeaway to have as a result of watching my content and engaging with my community. I'm not looking to convince everybody that the way I am building is right. More, I'm trying to showcase a valid way of building that works well for me, so you can look at it and decide, do you want to take pieces from it? Do you want to avoid it at all costs? Do you want to adopt it in completion? Or just think about it. The goal of this isn't to turn every dev into a Theo. It is to have more devs understand how Theo builds, so maybe, just maybe, you can get something from it for your own work. And I really want those conversations. That has been an essential part for me. So this is a good starting point of why I have the channel and what some of my higher level goals are. But another important thing to talk about is what excites me. Because, point one, I'm just here to nerd out. Like, if there's a topic that I don't care about, that I know will get millions of plays, I don't film the video. If I don't care, I don't care. You cannot get me to do a video I don't feel like doing. You cannot pay me any amount of money to talk about something I don't want to talk about. Want to know a really funny thing? Probably shouldn't be sharing. In my onboarding, In my onboarding email that I send to brands when I'm starting to work with them as sponsors, I have an FAQ section. And in that FAQ section, one of the questions is, how much does a dedicated... Here. And one of the questions in that FAQ is, how much does a dedicated video cost? As in, if a brand wants to pay me to do a video just about their specific thing, what does that cost? How do I do it? I actually have a number in there. The number is very, very high. I won't say how high, but I don't have the number there because I want a brand to take it. The number there is a red herring because every time a brand offers to do it, I increase the price by $10,000 and then tell them no. So the number in that email is literally just the number of people who have asked times 10K because I won't do this. You cannot pay me to do a dedicated video on a topic. If you do see me do a dedicated sponsor video in the future, know the reason isn't because they paid me an absurd amount, because the number in there is absurd. I'm getting those offers and I'm still saying no. It's because I don't think the content is good. But if I do a dedicated video for a brand, it's because we found something that I actually think is worth doing a video about. So this question in the FAQ literally is just there to bait brands. And honestly, when a brand asks to do it, I put a huge red flag on them in our tracker internally because that means they don't get what content does and doesn't resonate. What they want isn't for me to explain what's cool about them to my audience. They want the feeling of Theo doing a dedicated video on their thing because it feels like they're a real company all of a sudden. And I hate that shit. That's not why this exists. You cannot pay me to talk about a thing I am not interested in. So I just want to make that very, very clear because a lot of people are speculating that I'm being paid all this money to do all of these AI topics. No, that's not how it works. I'm doing all these AI topics because I have ideas for videos on AI stuff because I'm using it for all of the stuff that I'm doing every day. The other reason is messages like this. First-time chatter Thunder Jr. just said, he's migrating from Terso to Convex because of my video, and he cannot find the words to ever thank me enough. That is so fucking cool. And I want to be clear, that's not something I did. That's not because I'm exceptional or my videos are great or whatever. That's because this developer knew their solution wasn't good enough and was looking around for other things that might make sense. They probably would have still found Convex eventually from any of many other sources, but my source happened to be the one that they found first, that resonated the most, that convinced them to go try this other thing that worked out really well for them. But that's the goal. I am just your conversational partner, effectively, the equivalent of somebody talking to you at lunch about the thing. And if the way I talk about it gets you excited, awesome, go try it. And if the way I talk about it makes you disinterested, awesome, don't try it. Oh, yes, I got Code King on Convex. It's so good. It's so cool. I love that. And that's not because I make money if Convex does well. In fact, because the sponsorship rates went up, I don't think I can justify keeping Convex as a sponsor. And also, even if they are willing to pay, I would feel bad because I want them to succeed so badly that I don't want them to pay way more than they should be for something. Because I'm going to shill Convex for free now because I just genuinely like it. So yeah, I'm not shilling Convex because they pay me. I gave Convex a closer look because they so badly wanted to be a sponsor. And when I did, I fell in love. And now most of the time I mention them, it's entirely for free. So yeah, hopefully that helps you understand that my video topics aren't based on what money I make or how much reach they can have. They are based on what I am most excited about. There's a lot of things on this list. Obviously, I love full stack type safety. That's been one of my nerdiest things forever. It's a big part of why the channel exists. As I was trying to explain back in the days where your APIs were these crappy REST endpoints or weird GraphQL structures, that full stack type safety wasn't a GraphQL code gen tool. It was a mindset that would change the way you built full stack applications. Now this is common knowledge and is just expected from the tools we use today, but it was not a thing at the time when I was preaching it, and I'm so happy the tides have turned since. They would have without me, but I'm thankful they have now, and I like to think I helped accelerate it some amount, especially with TRPC. So obviously, full stack type safety is something I care a lot about. I'm also just a general database nerd, in particular app DBs. I'm not as interested in how do you make this crazy analytics database perform with trillions of rows. Like, that's cool, but I'm more interested in the patterns and practices for keeping your data in sync with your users and all of the piping that goes between the two. One of the motivating factors for me being so interested in these things is I like building fast. I always have. This has been one of the key pieces for the T3 stack and a lot of the stuff I do since I started. My value when I was at Twitch was my ability to get a project that was falling behind back on track to hit its deadlines. And if I follow the things that I like, where they naturally bring me today, where I end up is what previously was full stack TypeScript in VS Code using TRPC and Prisma, now is full stack agentic development using things like Claude Code and Cursor, building on top of Convex and React and Vite. The tools I use and the framing and how I use them has shifted, but the things I like the most have not changed. And if you followed me from the start, you know I went from AI skeptic to, okay, it's cool for autocomplete, but all this vibe coding stuff is stupid and garbage, to the big oh shit moment for me, which was GPT-5. That was the like, what the fuck? Like, I know y'all flame me at the time for that, but I think most of you guys had the same moment with Opus 4.5 now. If you haven't yet, you should go play with it more. The realization that these tools are no longer just useful for editing one file in line, but can build real useful applications and add actual features to giant code bases. That was a what the fuck moment for me. And I think more and more people are having that same moment too. My opinions on things change, not because someone paid me a whole bunch of money to change it. They change because my perspective shifts as I try new things and experience new stuff. I have a whole dedicated video coming out soon about all my opinions that have changed as a result of AI. Spoiler, I might actually support pre-commit hooks now, the thing that I've hated the most and be one of my like primary focuses of destruction when I started this channel. My perspective shifts. And I know a lot of you guys are new here because, again, when I look at the numbers, I went from having 50 subs to almost 500,000 of you. So most of you guys weren't here for the journey. You didn't see me go from not caring at all about AI to AI skeptic to, okay, this is somewhat useful to what the fuck. But that's a real journey I went through that is fully publicly documented on my channel. You can see every step along the way. And that's part of why I'm so frustrated, because I had another tangent I wanted to go on. I want to make sure I don't lose it. If I remember it, I'll write it down quick. But this is part of why it's so frustrating for me to see, because This is part of why these comments are so frustrating to me, because most people don't have their whole journey through how their perspective has changed publicly documented for anyone to go look at and watch. And I'm so thankful for my members of my community, people hanging out in Twitch chat right now, who have been there since day one, watched this whole thing happen, many of which joined me on the same journey. Fuck, I was really excited about a tangent I wanted to do. I think it came from chat. Let me get chat to see if I can remember it. Oh yeah, I remember now. Okay. It wasn't from chat. I just wrote it. So knowing all of this, I want to talk a bit about how I choose a topic for a video. Because another one of the questions I get all of the time is, what video would you film if the algorithm, what is your dream video that you would do if the algorithm wouldn't kill it? Yeah. A question I get a lot, especially from people who aren't necessarily like watching YouTube too actively, they often ask, what is like my dream video that I would go do immediately if the algorithm wouldn't kill it? Because there's this theory that all of my videos are based purely on their ability to perform in the algorithm. And I understand why people think that way, because my videos perform very well, especially recently. My last 6 broke 100K plays, which is still just insane to me. I don't think that way. I do think about algorithm performance, obviously. I think a lot about how my videos are watched. There's a couple things I would push back on here. The first big one is the use of the word algorithm. Generally speaking, if you replace the word algorithm with the word audience in a sentence and it now sounds stupid, it's because the sentence was stupid. If I say the algorithm didn't like the video, that's why it didn't perform, and then I frame it differently as the audience didn't like the video, that's why it didn't perform. Oh, yeah, maybe I should make a video the audience likes. It really does come down to that. There are layers to this, like, is the video clickable? Does it start in a way that's entertaining and interesting enough that you continue to watch from there? All of these pieces are important. But I'm not blocked by the algorithm from making certain content. In fact, it's actually kind of the opposite for me. Let's say I have an idea for a video, something I'm really excited about. Here, I'll do one that didn't perform, that I was really excited. Here, I'll give an example that didn't perform that I was really excited about. I did a video a while back called My Skateboard Taught Me How to Code. This is a thing I think about and care a lot about because my heart will always be in skateboarding. It's a huge part of who I am. It's a thing that I love dearly. It's why my whole hand was screwed up for so long. Skateboarding is a huge part of me, and the way it taught me to bounce back is important to me, and I want to take the opportunity to share. This video fucking bombed. It's one of my worst performing videos of all time. I've tried rebranding it, repackaging it a whole bunch. I think the content itself is great, but it doesn't matter because the average developer does not give a fuck about my skateboard, and that is fine. This was early in my YouTube channel, though, and as a result, the way I think about things has changed. There are different pieces of how I would rank a video idea. There is how much... There's obviously how much... Obviously, there's my excitement level. How excited am I about this topic? There is unique insights. This is an important one for me. Do I have anything unique to add? If somebody else has a video on the topic, it said everything I would want to say, I don't need to do the video. I do a video when I feel like I have something I can add to the conversation that wasn't there before. For a recent example of this, you can look at my Anthropic Burned So Much Trust video. This one was interesting because for the first time, I had a conflict of interest with my channel manager, Ben. I always get his channel name wrong. 419, cool. Yeah. Ben did this video before me. Funny enough, because I DM'd him a tweet about it, and then he went and tried and saw that it was indeed blocking him from using Claude Code subscriptions inside of OpenCode, which was his preferred way of building. He was pissed enough that he was considering doing a video, and I pushed him to go do it. And then I gave him the title and an idea for the thumbnail that he went with and did. And he did this all the night before I filmed mine, because I was sick in bed. He had a lot to say on it, so he went and did it. On one hand, this kind of sucks because the good branding for the video got burned by one of my employees. But I actually don't care that much. I regularly will share all of the ideas I'm currently planning videos for live in my videos and on stream. Most of my audience has seen this list and is begging for me to go film specific videos they're excited about. I don't do this because I'm trying to, or if I was trying to hoard my ideas and make sure I had the first video on it, I wouldn't do that. If I could watch someone else's video for any of these topics, I would be excited to, especially if it was good, especially if it was good enough that I felt like I had nothing to add and I would just watch that video. Ben's video on this topic was really good, and I liked his perspective a lot. I would have just recommended people go watch his video and not done one, but I found a novel angle to go about with my take on it. In this case, with how the subscriptions work, my unique insight was talking about how the spend is being viewed on the business side. The fact that those high tier subscriptions had nothing to do with like making a bunch of money off of them. In fact, they cost money. The reason they do it is the marketing aspect of it. And I liked that angle a lot. That's why I make videos on top. So if I don't have a unique insight, I don't film the video. But then there is one last aspect, which is how much. But there is one last aspect. Do people care? Is this a thing only I care about, or is this a thing others care about too? So to take this, my skateboard taught me how to code idea, that's 10 out of 10 exciting for me. Like, obviously, I really want to talk about this. Unique insight, also 10 out of 10. These are things I haven't seen others communicate. Obviously, nobody could talk about my love of my skateboard the way I can. But do people care? No. The result of this is that this video averages across these three categories to a much lower score, like a 6 or a 7. That makes it no longer a good idea. And this might seem like, oh, so the algorithm is going to kill the video so bad, so you're not going to do it now. Not quite. Oh God, I said 6 to 7, didn't I? Fucking children. So here's the weirdest thing that has changed over time for me. My excitement level isn't just this anymore. It's like, I would say excitement about topic is the simplest I would put it. Because my average here isn't average, it is overall hype. This is the weirdest shift that's happened for me over time, but it is now very deeply instilled. The topic of my skateboard taught me how to code no longer is 10 out of 10 exciting to me. The fact that people don't care makes it less exciting. Another way of putting this is that I can now be more than 10 out of 10 excited. Like if I have an idea that is 10 out of 10 to me, and I know that people will click on it and watch and enjoy it, that goes from 10 out of 10 to 12 out of 10. My ceiling for how excited I could be about a topic has gone up because so many of y'all will come and watch. And the idea of my excitement becoming a topic, becoming a conversation, having back and forth, and actually pushing the narrative forward makes the topic more exciting to me. Me talking about my skateboard isn't going to push any narratives forward. It's not going to meaningfully increase the quality of conversation that the average engineer has about this topic on Twitter or something. But my insights on how the Claude Code subscriptions work might actually do it. It's a multiplier. I really like the way that this chatter just put it. JW said, do people care? Has a 2x weight. Effectively, yes. It's a multiplier on my existing excitement and the unique insights I have to bring. So if I have like 10 out of 10 here, but people don't care, 10 times 0 is 0. If I have all of these things and people do care, 10 times 2 is 20, suddenly I rush out that video. Another good point from AI Code King in chat. Very thankful he's here for this because it helps a lot. Like the way you think about YouTube changes so fundamentally once you do it and once you start succeeding with it. And almost all of your preconceived notions will collapse really, really fast. AI Code King said that he used to rush out videos about new models, mainly because he didn't have much insight yet. Over time, covering the models, he got tons of more insight into things like pricing, the capabilities, and he built his own benchmarks. Now, if he posts a video about a new model, it's going to be like 3 days later, and it still performs well because people want to see his take more than they want to see the first video about the thing. This has happened to me too. There are lots of topics where I take more time on it because I'm too busy to film or I want to see more on it or collect feedback from others. Like I just finally filmed my Ralph Loop video 2 weeks after the topic was popular because I felt like I had enough insights and info to share something useful about it. So this is how I think about things. And here's where the harsh reality check comes in. As much as the non-AI topics excite me, it feels like there is now a huge chasm if it doesn't hit a certain bar. previously, if I had a topic idea for a non-AI dev video, like, I don't know, the CSS changed in 2025 video that I was talking about before, all the things that change in CSS. This video, in terms of how much of my audience it appeals to, we'll say it's like a 6 out of 10. Previously, the range for this would have been like a 1 out of 10 would have gotten 5K plays. A 6 out of 10 would have gotten 40K plays. And a 10 out of 10 would have gotten... A 10 out of 10 would have gotten like 200K plays. That was the range before. The weird thing that's happened is due to the massive change in who is watching my channel and the interest of the people who are watching, is the gap between these has gotten massive. Even a 6, 7, or 8 out of 10 topic is going to perform significantly worse. This has been wild to watch, and I'm still trying to understand it. In my head, the gap between it was a wild year for CSS and how I parse billions of rows for every user in 2 seconds doesn't feel that big. And just a few years ago, they would have performed similarly. There might have been like a 10 to 20% gap between these two videos. But we're now in that classic, you must be this tall to get on the ride phenomena, where if you're not at a certain level and the topic is at a certain level of interest, it cannot perform well enough. I also do give minimum viewership guarantees to my sponsors. So if they don't hit a certain level of viewership, I end up giving them a free ad or replacing the ad on a different video to hit that minimum. So I'm actually in a danger zone if a video performs poorly enough where I lose a significant amount of money. That said, if I care enough about the thing, I will post it, I will rebrand it, I will try different things. But my excitement on doing videos about CSS went down a ton as a result of that video bombing. And this isn't because the algorithm hates the video. This isn't because people only click AI videos. It is simply a matter of how interest has shifted, where an average dev video has just fully dropped off. Like, people don't care about average levels of interest in dev topics. An average video about some AI thing massively outperforms an average video about a traditional dev thing. An exceptional idea and an exceptionally interesting topic for exceptional ideas will always break out of this, because in the end, what sells on YouTube is novelty. If you have a good novel idea for a good novel piece of content, it will break out from all of this shit. But an average video is necessary for us to survive, and also for me to just get all the things I want to talk about off my chest. If I don't talk and share a certain number of things in a given day, I start to go crazy. And ideally, the things I talk about will be heard by others, and we can have the conversation that makes this whole thing worth it. So if I can only put out so many videos and I only have so much time to talk, it feels genuinely like a waste of time to go deep in the weeds for 40 minutes to an hour on a thing that most of y'all won't click. And this can change the same way it changed here. If I start doing more of these types of videos and I'll lean more into this. For example, the logging video, we screwed up the export initially, and the first version that went up was too short and had most of the content missing. So we had to re-upload it, which destroys the video performance because a lot of people already saw it, so they won't click it, which kills the click-through rate, which kills the video. Despite that, it still got almost 50K plays in 11 days. I thought that video was destined to do worse than the CSS video. That was really interesting to me, and it gets me more excited to talk about stuff like this video. I'm excited about the idea of going deeper on real production systems because these two videos about my real production systems performed better than my intuition suggested they would. I thought these would bomb, and they didn't. The Next.js video, I had no idea how that would do. I talked about it with the team a whole bunch. We were struggling to figure out what brand to put on it because we had no idea who would watch it, if anyone would watch it, and it slaughtered 120K plays. That gets me more excited to talk about my stack again. It's not that I am not talking about these things because the algorithm hates them. It's that my excitement comes some part by how well the things I'm excited about resonate. If I'm hyped on this thing and I want to talk about this thing, and you watch the thing and you enjoy the thing and share it with your friends, and then it performs better, my excitement goes up genuinely. It's also worth noting that this is a difference between my channel and a lot of other channels in tech YouTube. Smaller ones like Ben's, like AI Code King, and a lot of the other newcomers are similar to me, where almost every topic they are covering, the majority of the content they're making, the thumbnails, the editing process, all of this comes from them. But a lot of the bigger channels don't write their scripts, don't come up with their topics, don't plan their videos, don't even watch their videos when they're done. I still do a lot of my thumbnails. I still do all of the content planning and processing myself. I'm hopefully going to start to offload a little bit of that, but I choose what I make videos about. And I'm the one who puts the idea on the board still. Every single topic in this list is something I wrote down and put here still. And that's a huge difference between me and others. And I understand why there's so much skepticism. Because if you know anything about how other YouTubers work, I'm not saying this name to call them out. I'm saying this name as a good reference point. Linus Tech Tips. Linus did not write the majority of the words he says in his videos. If Linus is in a video, there's a 90+% chance it's a script someone else wrote and a topic somebody else came up with in a video that he is being pulled in to act out. I am not an actor. Even my sponsors can't give me things to say. When one of my sponsors has a specific thing they want me to say in a video, I usually just tell them outright no, or I help them turn it into not a quote, but a list of bullet points that I have to hit on in my video. I've had one brand ever strictly say I have to include a specific sentence in the ad, and I almost cut them off as a result, and I finally convinced them to stop doing that. Every word in my videos is either something I am saying because I believe it, not handed to me by anybody else. I don't say things others write for me, and if I do, I show on the screen what they said. Like I grab a quote from a chatter and say their username as I do it, or I'm reading an article and have the link in the description and the name of the author on the screen. I say things because I believe them or I am reading them, not because someone wrote them for me to read off to you. And that's not how most of these channels work. And I understand why people are skeptical. They see me the same way they see other channels. And if your understanding of how these things work comes from those other channels, it only makes sense. Somebody who's posting videos every day with 500K subs should probably have their scripts written by someone else so they can have a life still. I don't have a life. This is all I do. I write code, I run my business, I talk shit on YouTube. So what the fuck does any of this have to do with all my AI topics? Thing one, I like building fast, and AI tools are finally at the point where I can build fast, I can build different, and I can build things that I never built before. And that's genuinely really exciting to me. Watch my Claude Code video. I was so genuinely hyped about a product and a company that I don't actually like that much, that I've talked so much shit on in the past. But when I saw the impact on how it affected what I was building, how I was building, and how I was thinking about what I was building, I got excited as fuck. I was nerding out about this so much that my friends were telling me that I was being annoying about it, which is when I knew I had to go do a video. Or another example that Maria's pulling up in chat, I filed 5 pull requests at 4 in the morning on a GitHub repo for a random project I was excited about. I was super curious about this Vibe Kanban thing, so I started using it. Yes, my UI changes went through. The whole UI for this sidebar was rewritten by me because I was so annoyed by a handful of weird UI quirks that existed. I rewrote the layout system, I rewrote the sidebar, I gave them a ton of feedback. I filed a ton of PRs on this random project I had just discovered between 3 and 6 in the morning because I was excited about it. And I still haven't done a video on any of this, and I don't even know if I will. It just happened because I wanted to. My ADHD rules my life. And that's why my channel is so different. And that's why it seems like my interests are being led by money. They're not. They're being led by my interests. My ADHD has brought me here. My interests have brought me here. And if you talk to me in person, the things I talk about have shifted the same way as they have on the channel. Nobody who knows me IRL is saying that I sold out to the AI gods. A bunch of commenters who parasocially know me through the videos they hate watch certainly think I sold out. Cool, I get it. You're fucking stupid and wrong. I have two other things I want to talk about. Talk about the average video and what about T3 chat? Cool. Just putting these here so I don't lose track of them. Cool. I do want to focus a little more on this average video thing because it's essential. Most of my videos can't perform great. That's the nature of being a content creator. You expect most videos to perform poorly. And a lot of my job is trying to raise the floor of my video performance. I have way more topics than I have time to talk and space on my channel. If I do 2 videos a day, they perform worse. 1 a day seems to be the right balance point where videos don't totally clobber each other. So I need to have a high enough floor. So when I think about an average video, I need to make sure the average video is interesting enough to drive clicks, be exciting, be watched, and make meaningful impact in the people who are watching it in the conversation that the video is about. And right now, the hard truth is that an average non-dev video, one that I'm not super excited about, that isn't super appealing to you guys, isn't going to perform. And one last hot take on that, there just isn't much going on in the non-AI dev world. If I wasn't talking about AI, there would just be fewer videos because there isn't that much going on. And half the time I'm excited enough about a thing, you guys aren't. And that sucks. I wish that you guys care enough about CSS that I could do more videos on it, but I also wish there was more going on in CSS so I had more to talk about. Some part of this is because Tailwind killed all of the CSS options and React killed a lot of the JavaScript frameworks. Not that they don't exist, but they are much less interesting to the average person because React and Tailwind are so much so good enough that people don't care about everything else. Everything in my list is exciting enough for me to talk more about it, but it isn't exciting enough for people to watch it. And I end up less excited about the thing if I know people don't care. My excitement is fueled some amount by that, not by if a video gets less comments, less interest, and has less discussion, it is now a less interesting topic to me. And this could change in the future. If way more cool dev tools start coming out and people are interested in that, I will be too. Believe it or not, I am just like most of you guys. I follow what's exciting to me. I click on what's exciting to me. The difference is I also film videos about what's exciting to me. And the same reason you won't click the video is the reason I'm not filming it, because neither of us care enough. It is what it is. There is one last thing I have to address. What about T3 chat and all of your investments? Those have to be influencing you, right? Like, obviously, the only reason you're talking about these things is because they make you money. That's clearly a factor in your stuff. This is just the stupidest cart before the horse I've ever seen. Let's rethink this one a little bit. Remember before how I was an AI skeptic? Let's be realistic here. I'm a person who has literally thrown away $5 to $10 million by refusing paid video deals for companies and products I wasn't interested in. That's more money than I made in the entirety of my career as a developer. And I've thrown it away because I don't want to film a video about a thing I don't care about. Do you legitimately think that person who cannot be gotten out of bed for a big number if they don't care about the thing they're talking about, but will then go do it for free if they like the topic? Realistically speaking, is that person going to dedicate their life, their brand, their business, and their best friends who are building their company with them to a thing they don't like that much because it could make some money? No. I made T3 chat because I was super, super hyped on DeepSeek v3. Chat said this before I even did here. T3 chat only exists because I got way too hyped about DeepSeek and I hated the chat interface for it. Yep. That's where it came from. It's that simple. I made T3 chat because my stance on AI changed. The order of events wasn't T3 chat made money, so I talk about AI more. It was the opposite. I liked AI more because this thing that happened impressed me. I had issues with it, so I fixed the issues, released that as a product, talked a whole bunch about it because it was exciting to me. And unlike the other 6 things I released, this one did really well. My honest take with it, to just be very real here, is when I looked at the numbers for T3 chat and the T3 tools / ping business, they didn't look great. We had a couple different products. We had ping, which made about $5K a month. We had upload thing, which made about $4K a month. And we had pick thing, which made about $1.5K a month. Business expenses were about $25K a month. And when I looked at this, my realization was, pick thing wasn't that hard to build and is making more money than I expect. If we can do that 5 to 10 more times and average like 2 to 4K MRR, maybe we can hit this number and I don't have to shut down my company. Because we had 2 employees, mostly full-time, and myself taking the smallest possible salary. We were trying to find a way to not go out of business. And my honest thought was, maybe if we have a couple more products, like 5 to 10 other small things, and enough of them make money, we can survive. And my expectation was that T3 chat would show up on here at like, I don't know, maybe best case, 3K a month. It hit that number in the first day and has since grown an absurd amount. I could never have imagined that, but I didn't build T3 chat expecting it to make the money it makes today. I won't share that number because I need to hold that tight for investors because we might have to raise money again in the future if I want to go harder on it. But everything else combined was a wash. T3 chat made more money than the rest of my business within 2 weeks of launching. I did not think that was even slightly possible when we did it. T3 chat was not an attempt to cash out. It was an attempt to solve a real problem I had with things I was excited about and hope that eventually that, alongside other things I would build, would keep my company from going out of business. Another way of putting this is, if you don't think pick thing changed the stuff I talk about in my content, it makes no sense to say differently about T3 chat. Pick thing was an attempt to build Pick thing was a solution to a problem I had, which was managing my assets for content creation and getting the backgrounds out of the images of me that I use in my thumbnails. I solved the problem I had with tools I was excited about. I did many videos where I showcased it, and it didn't convert. T3 chat just so happened to do really well. To me, there is no difference between these beyond how successful they ended up being. They started the same way, they were built the same way, they were released the same way. The difference was that you guys happened to really like T3 chat, which is awesome. And I'm so thankful for you guys for it. I never could have imagined we would be where we are today. My expectation was that T3 chat would be the next of like 5 to 6 more things. Tool 5, Tool 6, Tool 7, etc. And that through this, we would break even and I wouldn't have to worry about firing my friends. And now I can do that with just T3 chat, and that is awesome. The company is now profitable. T3 chat makes money. I am very thankful for that. I still make almost no money off of it, though, to be very clear. I bumped my salary a bit because my tax people said if I don't, then I might get fucked and the businesses might be combined into one entity for taxing, which would be really bad. So I had to pay myself a bit more. Still not much. I'm making like 80K a year or so, I think, off of T3 chat, like as my salary as an employee of the company. And that's mostly so I can give myself benefits and health insurance. That is less than a fifth of what I made as an engineer at Twitch. T3 chat is not motivating me to talk about different things. T3 chat is the result of my excitement for a thing. The videos are a result of the excitement for a thing. The order of events a lot of people say I have is Theo wants money. So Theo makes AI product. And then Theo talks about AI so he can sell product. This is the order of events a lot of commenters seem to think happened. The reality is this, though. Theo is suddenly more excited about AI. And when this happens to me, it consumes my life. This is how I am. When something excites me, it becomes most of me. So because of this, I made an AI product, and in parallel, I started talking about AI, not so I could sell my product, because it excites him. This is the reality. The simplest way I can explain the difference in how my commenters describe why I talk about things and how I actually do it is this. They think I am going from what I want to, or they think I'm going from my desire for money to making a thing to sell to then doing videos, when in reality, my excitement about the thing has me building products and talking about the thing because it's exciting. But what about my investments? Come on. Obviously, that's the exact same thing. I invest in the things I'm excited about because my investments are conviction bets on the things I care about. I passed up on a lot of AI investments that would have made me a lot of money because I just didn't care about the things they were building or AI in general at the time. I almost passed on Cursor. The only reason I said yes is because a person I was really excited about told me I really should do it. Thank you, Yoko, for May 16. She's still by far one of my favorite people in the VC world, even if I have mixed feelings about lots of other things. Yoko's awesome. She pushed that I really should consider that option. So I did a call with them. I had a ton of problems. I complained in depth to them. And within an hour, they sent me a follow-up email addressing every single complaint I had with fixes, recommendations, and mindset things that I should get over if I really wanted to appreciate what Cursor could do for me. It was the combination of Yoko telling me to invest in it and how impressed I was with that first email they sent me as a follow-up. That's why I invested in Cursor. Even though I didn't use the product, I had turned off it multiple times, I didn't think it was that good. I invested for those reasons because I was excited because of those things. My excitement led me to writing the check, and that ended up going way better than I ever could have imagined. But that's how I base my life. I'm not doing all these crazy calculations on this thing's going to perform this well, but that'll perform that well, and I can make this money from this thing. It is a much simpler thing. Am I excited about the thing? Do I have something to add? And do other people care enough for me to put the effort in? And if the answer to all of those is yes, I go do the thing. Whether it's an investment, a video, a product, or whatever else, it's all driven by my excitement and my ADHD. And if you know me in person at all, you know this is the case. I cannot be motivated to do things that I'm not excited about to the point where I have to hire out for those things now, which sucks. And this is also why I'm not taking ads for things like VPNs and food subscription services, because none of that shit excites me. So I can't talk about it in a way that's exciting. I don't take on sponsors if I wouldn't organically recommend the company to a person at lunch or dinner. And I really try to frame it that way with the companies I work with and the companies I invest in. I could make so much money if I just let go of that and do ads for whatever. But if I wouldn't actually recommend it to somebody offline, you're not going to end up in my videos, even if you pay me. Do you know what's really funny about this video? It's not going to change a thing. I know that as I film it here. I'm sitting here thinking through what the comments will look like. And on this video, they'll be slightly better than average. And then the next AI video I do is going to be all of the exact same stuff. But I'm not doing this video to change my audience and to change the shit comments that are appearing. I'm doing this video because it's exciting to me. This is a topic I care a lot about. I talk about all of the time offline. And to honor the thing I always do on this channel, I'm going to film this video because it's a thing I want to talk about. And in the end, that's what my videos are. But hopefully the people who don't comment, which is over 99% of you, might have some of your concerns eased by this. My videos aren't based on what makes me money. My money is based on what's exciting to me, much like my topics are, my videos are, my conversations in person are, the business relationships I build are. Everything comes from what I'm excited about. And I am so privileged to be in a position where I can do that, where the things I put my effort into are the things that I'm excited about and care about. And I promise you guys, the moment that changes, you will... And I promise you guys, if that ever changes, you will be very, very clearly able to tell. It's obvious when I'm not excited about a thing because I am much less interested, thereby much less interesting. So yeah, to summarize, I make AI videos because AI stuff's exciting to me. The reason it's exciting to me is because I'm using it a lot and it's actually helping a lot with the things that I'm building. And if you want proof of that, you can go look at my commit history. You can see clearly that I am using these things every day and enjoying them a lot. Maybe this will change somebody's mind. Probably won't, but you get the idea. I'm going to end this one before the topic stops being exciting. Until next time, peace, nerds. Crash Out Theo is my favorite video mode. I agree. Yeah, your AI or Code King, your comment section are the worst. Yeah, like legitimately. Like your comment section is so bad that I feel less bad about mine. Mine is terrible. Mine is horrible. I spend as little time in it as possible. Yeah. The first Anthropic has weird vibes video. Yeah, I crashed out hard in that one. And I'm so proud of that one. Cursor and I are in an interesting spot now where they promised that they will immediately address any issues I have if I crash out in our Slack channel instead of publicly. And I like that. I prefer that. I prefer private crash outs that result in change to public crash outs that result in bad blood. And now that they know I'm so close to crashing out publicly, they're listening much more closely, which is awesome. I much prefer that solution. Yeah, the Cursor's public commitment to stop shipping features so they can fix bugs is a result of this. Yeah, and more on the comments part, like to this here. Most people don't leave YouTube comments. 99% of people leave, on average, 0 comments. But that remaining 1% leaves hundreds of comments each. There was some guy in my most recent video, I think. It was the What Happens Now video. Somebody was crashing out in the comments on here. They left like 8 to 10 comments about why the left is being pushed out of America and the communists need to be slaughtered in order to save our country. On a video about AI code. Like, they literally left over a dozen comments about this, not in a thread, just, and this is over like 4 hours. I checked the timestamps because I was so confused because like I sort by the newest comment, and the newest one was like 2 paragraphs about communism. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I kept scrolling and I saw them again and realized that they just were leaving these multi-paragraph chunks every half hour to an hour on the video. And it did start vaguely about the AI dev stuff and about how it's the greedy libs forcing the AI tools down our throats. And then they just like fully crashed out for literally hours on that one video. That's the average YouTube comment. The average YouTube viewer leaves 0 comments. The average YouTube comment comes from somebody who leaves thousands of them. And that's the problem. That's why the comment section sucks. Because if a normal person likes a video, they hit the like button and move on with their life. If a normal person dislikes a video, they hit the dislike button and move on with their life. If a poorly emotionally regulated person really likes a video, they're going to go spam it everywhere in the world they can. That's very rare because emotionally dysregulated people feel negative emotions more easily than positive ones. And a poorly emotionally regulated person who is upset about a thing will not let you hear the end of it. The average comment is left by badly die on that hill. I could probably do the numbers to prove it if I really have to. Just think about the numbers. If a normal person leaves 1 to 2 comments a year max, and schizo people leave thousands of them a week, obviously the majority of the comments are coming from schizo. Most normal people leave 0 comments, as most of y'all are saying in chat. Even the people who hang out in my Twitch chat, who are more likely to engage, y'all don't leave comments, because most people don't. I only started leaving comments when I got the check mark, because they send push notifications, and that's fun to screw with people. This is a really good point, Code King. The real people who appreciate your work, are generally outside of the YouTube comments. People at Nvidia and Google appreciate his work, but not the commenters. Yep. I get DMs like, why would I care about a random anime profile picture talking shit in my comments when my heroes are in my DMs telling me how cool my recent video was? There are all of these people who like I legitimately look up to that hit me up and tell me how cool the things I'm doing are. Why would I ever listen to some random anonymous person talking shit about how I'm a communist because I like OpenAI sometimes? Yeah, the blog post about Stitch Bits, that's such a good example. Why would I give a fuck about anybody saying that I'm stupid and dumb and don't understand what I'm talking about with AI stuff when one of the best AI reporters and devs and journalists in the space, like having Simon Willison write a blog post about your work, being that excited about it is so fucking cool. Oh, sorry, YouTube chat. When is Theo the streamer? When is Theo the YouTuber talking? They are the same. The only difference is I go into intro mode when I'm filming the start of a video. The rest is just the same thing. Oh, fuck, I'm muted. I've been muted for a minute. I'm so sorry. Thank you, guys. This gets me excited. This makes me feel more like that video will actually change things. Nothing will get rid of the haters. The haters need me to be bad in their heads to cope with their own existence. Because if it turns out that I am a decent dev, that I am right about any of these things, then they've wasted many years of their lives and they are going to be very, very they will no longer be fulfilled and satisfied with what they've done that far in their lives. And that feels like an attack on their very being. Most people will believe anything if it prevents an ego death, if it prevents the crumbling of their own perspective. And if the thing they have to believe is Theo's a soy boy JavaScript dev that doesn't know anything about real code, that's why he thinks AI is good, I'm going to keep my job because I work on real code, then they're going to hate me. It's way easier to do that than to challenge their own mindset. And it's actually, believe it or not, this is one of the things I love about Prime. Prime is really good about this. Prime's beliefs do not come from self-preservation at all. Prime's beliefs fully come from his own lived experience. And when his lived experience doesn't line up to the people around him and what they're saying, he will go deeper and deeper until he figures out where the gap is. This is one of my favorite things about Primage, and I love him for this. I've never felt like Prime was dismissing a thing because of who they were or to protect something about himself. Yeah, so anybody who sees any of this shit as like Theo versus Prime, you're fucking delusional. I don't know if he would say this, but knowing him well, I believe this. Me caring so much about this stuff is meaningfully increasing his interest in trying to figure out where the gap is. He is more interested in figuring out if the tools are good or not because of the gap between us. Not because there's a gap, I must be bad. Rather, the gap is interesting. He wants to figure it out. That's why I will always defend the fuck out of that man. The Cursor sponsor thing, I understand. This is why I don't do sponsorship with Cursor, because like it's going to come up in my videos. I'm going to talk about it anyways, and I really don't want people to think that I talk about Cursor because they pay me or because I'm an investor. Talk about Cursor because it's what I use to code. And when Cursor stops being good, I don't hide that. I am more likely to talk shit because I have more to lose if it is shit. And like I wish I could show you guys how far we go with a lot of the brands that we work with. You know, this company won't care, so I'll just tell you guys about it a bit. There's a company, Agentuity. I did one, maybe I've done 2 ads with them so far. We have a pending deal to do way more. And we are going to do those ads once they pass Ben's sniff test. Ben got really nerd sniped about these guys because when we tried using them, there were a lot of things that just weren't quite there yet. And their understanding of full stack TypeScript DX just wasn't there yet either. I could have still done the ads. It's still really cool. Sorry, a message just distracted me. I'm going to get really angry about a message in chat in a sec, but we'll do that in a sec. Agentuity is building something that's genuinely really cool and useful, but the onboarding wasn't quite where we wanted it yet. The branding, the pitch, the message, all of these things weren't quite where we wanted them yet. And rather than put it in front of you guys when it's not ready, we have spent weeks, if not months now with them. Actually, it is months because our partnership started in April of last year. So we're now a year in almost, trying to help them shape the platform to be better so that when I put it in front of you guys, it is more likely to work for you, to feel good for you, and work the way that we would want it to work. And we have charged them $0 for all of that work. We're doing that because we don't want to do an ad with the brand if we don't think the thing is good enough to put in front of you guys. Yeah. So that's just, I wanted to give this example because you guys have no idea how many companies I'm working with that are in this pending state where the thing is decent. It makes a lot of sense. I would genuinely recommend it to some people for some things, but there's enough friction in using it, adopting it, and explaining it right now that we have them on hold and we are helping them fix those things before I bother putting it in front of you. I don't want to put an unpolished thing in front of you guys if we could just get it fixed first. And I will always choose to do that. And I am very thankful that we have enough brands that are ready to go that we could do the content for them now. But like, I'm doing free advisory work for these brands in order to get them in shape to put them in front of you. How many YouTubers have a long conversation with Factor 7 about their homepage and their onboarding experience before they do the ad? It's a very different thing. Somebody asked in chat, how's the acceptance of those changes? Nearly 100% yes. I have been amazed how many companies, even like pretty far along successful ones, have been about rebuilding their entire pitch, their entire homepage. I've rewritten the homepage copy for like 20 companies at this point. It's fun. I like it. And it's super helpful. And once it's good enough, I can then pitch it. Things like Chef by Convex came from one of those conversations. I was trying to make it easier to explain why Convex was good. And I told them if they built something like this, it would be easier to show because it's one of the strengths of the platform. And that went way too well. And they've now shared the numbers. They've like 10x their paying customers as a result of how much easier it is to showcase. Okay. Now, I was going to go real hard on a comment. I'm going to go less hard because I've calmed down a little bit. Here. Do not traumatize people with schizophrenia with your commentary, though. One of the people I've loved most in my life passed away as a result of her schizophrenia. Being able to talk about it and use the word to make it a more common topic is a thing of value. And recognizing when the schizophrenia is the thing producing the comment and not the person behind it is also a thing of value. When I say schizo comments and schizo commenters, I am not saying that this person is defined purely by that thing. I am saying that the errors in their ways are a result of a mental disease and a disorder that makes them less capable and destructive. If you have so deeply tied your identity to your disorder such that talking about the negative aspects of the disorder makes you think I am traumatizing you, your relationship with your own disorder is unhealthy. I'm saying this as a statement of fact, as a person who has seen the worst sides of this particular disorder. There is absolutely nothing wrong about everything I just said. And if you have a problem with that, you should talk to your therapist about it, not my comment section. I'm sorry, but that's just like such an immature way of thinking about this. I try to not be really angry at you for it because I recognize it is a hard thing to go through. I know more deeply than almost anyone here just how hard this is. A schizo comment and a schizo commenter need to be separate from the human that is affected by it. Yeah. It's a harsh reality, but things like suicide couldn't really be talked about until it was a joke in a show like Friends. Time for raid. Fuck no, we gotta film more. Kind of want to do Death of the Library. Okay, the ones I know I can do quickly are Death of the Library and Opinions Have Changed. I can also do Common Mistakes. You know what? I'm feeling Common Mistakes. I want to find a couple more sources for this one. Kill all that. Okay, I think, okay, here it is. Change of shirt. Yeah, I should do that. I'll be right back. There we go. We're going to blow my nose quick and then we can film the next video. There we go. Much better. I want to be very clear about this, Gia. The average YouTube comment is left by somebody suffering from severe mental illness. The people I was talking about there, the guy who left another comment every 30 minutes for 6 hours straight about politics on a video about AI coding, that person was mentally ill. They were. It's 90% chance it was schizophrenia, judging by the way that they were diluting through that. Like, I can recognize it because I have experienced this so many times in my life from people I care a lot about. I just, please believe me on this. I have been through it more than any of you can imagine. I didn't use the term to belittle people with a specific disorder due to angry dumbasses. It was very, very clear what it was. And I also can recognize bots, guys. I know what a bot is. These were not bot comments. They had way too many typos, way too many hallucinations, and the entirely random pattern in which they were being left. It's just like, please just trust me on this one. I am the only person here with enough experience across all of these things. Let's do the video. Oh, I forgot to thank August for the sub. Glad to hear I've been reconsidering commit hooks in the wake of AI. You hate them for personal use, but their value for agents is high. Yep, totally agree. Thank you for the 48 months. Jesus Christ, 4 years now. God damn. Arbus Sam with the Prime and Saman with the Prime as well. Thank you all. I think I got you, Mike P. Funk. Oh, I missed HD Negative's 10 bomb. I'm so sorry. Thank you for that so much, man. Appreciate y'all a ton. And Cyrus with the sub as well, and Mike P. Funk. Thank you all again. Let's do this video. I have a rough idea of how I want to open this. I have a feeling I know your stance on AI right now. It seems like retake. I have a feeling I can guess what your stance is on AI right now. It seems pretty useful and especially helpful in small projects, side projects, and early stage startups. But when it comes to real problems and real code bases, these things just aren't that useful. And you don't understand why everybody's getting so hyped and excited about those things. There's a good chance that, if that's your perspective, I understand. There's a lot of reasons most people should feel that way, and I did myself just a few weeks ago. But the harsh reality is that things are changing, and I want to talk a bit about that. But more importantly, the mistakes that you might be making when you use these tools that result in the lackluster experience that you're having. This stuff has changed so much, and my own understanding of how I use it has too. I keep seeing other people who are struggling, and when I talk to them, I found this set of mistakes that almost all of them seem to be making that, once corrected, result in really, really good things being built using these tools. So whether you're So whether you're an early skeptic that just doesn't see the value in these things, or you're deep in the vibe coding world and want to make sure you're not leaving any possible like scraps on the ground that you could retake on this bit. So whether you're brand new to, so whether you're a skeptic that doesn't see any value in these things yet, or you're somebody who's really deep in the weeds using them every day and you just want to double check you're not making obvious mistakes, hopefully this video will be helpful. I have a ton of sources and things I want to talk about here, and I'm really excited to do all of that, but I got a lot of tokens to pay for. But the first thing I want to tell you guys about is today's sponsor. Perfect. So the first thing I want to talk about, one of the biggest mistakes I see, is selecting the right problem. The most common thing I see when people doubt the usefulness of these tools is that they're using them as a Here's a thing that I see a lot with how people solve problems in general. They have a structure in their head of what they do to solve the thing. So, I have a problem. You know, I don't even want the tail for this. So we start with, I have a problem. Step 1, you validate the problem. Is it really a problem? Maybe this is a thing I misunderstand or doesn't matter. But once you've decided that this is really a problem and it does matter, the next thing you probably do is the obvious solution. If there is one. If you're looking at this problem and it's a space you understand and the solution seems obvious, you can go try that. But if that fails, you have to do the harder solution, which is something less obvious. Maybe you have to debug more to get more information. Maybe you have to think about it more, read more code, check more logs, find some way to reproduce it. You have to put more time in. But once that fails, you go to step 4, which is try something new. This is the point where once your existing solutions, your existing way of doing things has failed you, you then go try something else to see if that will solve it. So let's say you have a database performance problem. Maybe when you do too much throughput on your database, people start having errors in their experience. First thing you have to do is make sure it's really a problem. Are the errors actually happening? Are they only happening when there is too much throughput? Are they happening for some other reason? Are they happening because the user has a weird extension or they shipped something wrong? Once you validate the problem, you look at the error, you see what line of code is on, and then you go make the obvious fix. You ship it, nothing changes. You never reproduce the issue because you couldn't figure out how to. So then you sit down, you put in the effort, you try to reproduce it. You think you find the repro for it. You ship some changes, you put it out, still have the same issue. At this point, you've concluded this database I'm using just cannot handle the thing that I'm doing. So you go explore new solutions. Maybe you look at a different database, you look at other technologies or systems, or you try something else. Or maybe you ask the AI for help at that point. And this is a problem I see a lot. Most people don't try a new solution on a problem they already know how to solve. If you know how to solve the problem, you just solve it. You don't use another tool to try to solve it. And this is a very common mistake I see. People aren't using these tools to solve problems they already know and understand. They are using them as almost like a safety net type thing once everything else they've tried has failed. And that's often the first time they try the thing. This is not meant to pick on Adam, but I think he's actually a really good example of this particular problem here. Come on, AI, give me that 10x power that I saw out of Davis 7. Ben Davis is my channel manager, also a fellow YouTuber, and is having a ton of fun building with all of these things. He wants to see how powerful this stuff can be. Here's the example he gave. Asking a question to Opus 4.5 in Cursor, there's a hydration error in this app. I traced it to this file, provider TSX. Can you help me find the problem? This is, for a lot of different reasons, the wrong way to use AI. And thankfully, I'm already seeing people in chat realizing they're doing the same thing. They aren't reaching for these tools to solve known problems more easily. They're reaching for them when they've exhausted the other things within reach. And then they're giving the model something that's really, really hard or poorly understood enough to seem really, really hard. This is a really important thing I want to push. I talked about this a little bit in the You're Falling Behind video, and I'm going to try to not let these things overlap too much. But one of the best things to try these tools on is problems you already know how to solve, because then you can compare your solution to the solution the tool would have done. If I know how I would build, or if I know how I would fix this hydration error or this database error, and I'm curious if the AI can do it too, start there. It's a great place to test these things out. Or another way of thinking about it, what context would you give another engineer on your team? When I am handing problems out to earlier career engineers at my businesses, I'm not giving them the problems that I don't understand. I'm giving them the problems that I already understand and know how to write the code for, knowing that if I give it to that employee, it's going to take longer and maybe come out worse, and maybe I have to do some back and forth with them to get it in the right shape. But I'm doing that knowingly to get it off my plate and to spread the knowledge of the code base around the team. Learning how to do that with AI is a skill you'll pick up over time, and you'll get an intuition not just of what problems the AI can solve, but also what things that it needs to know it solved it right. And another way of, and a fun thing you can do here is gamify it a bit and automate it a bit. If you have a problem and you know how to solve it, and you give it to the agent with the same information you have, like you saw a log that referenced a specific line of code that you're pretty sure is the problem because of this blog post you read, give it all of that information, all the things that led you to the solution. Maybe just go through a PR where you fix something, check out the commit before that fix, hand all of what you knew to the agent, and see if it can solve that. Chances are it will. And if it doesn't, you have a thing that is as good as gold. You have a reproducible test to see the capabilities of the model. If you have a pull request that fixes a problem that an agent was unable to fix, go grab the code state before you push that fix, freeze it somewhere, grab all of the information you need to solve it, put it in a markdown file in that place, and then every time a new AI tool comes out, throw it at that problem with that frozen state and see if it can solve that. Those types of tests are gold because benchmarks suck now. And if you can collect a handful of these types of problems, the few things that the models can't do, but you could, you have a combination of things that's useful. You have a real world reproduction test. You have the information needed to solve the problem, and you have knowledge of what the right solution looks like and a way to validate that the solution was correct. That is a hard combination of things to get, and you should be hunting for as many of those as you can find, because if you can sit on them and use them to run evals, and you can tell your team or people on Twitter or the company that made the model, hey, this update made it so these 5 things that the AI couldn't do before, it can now. That is huge. And if you can sit there and say confidently, it can't solve any of these things, it still can't solve any of these things, that is even better. That is really useful. And if you can hit me up and share some of that with me, I will gladly pay you to have these reproductions that I can use to validate and test new things when they come out. That is as good as gold. That said, what I think you'll discover when you do this is that when you have the right context and the right instructions, and you had enough information to solve the problem, if you give the same exact information to the AI, it will solve the problem in roughly the exact same way. But that's just the top of it. That's just selecting the right problem. I was touching on context management a bit there, so I'm going to go deeper on this for the next piece. This is a project called RepoMix. It lets you its goal is to take a given code base and flatten all of it into a single AI-friendly file so that you could include it as context with chatbots. This project is a fucking scourge and should be wiped off of the internet. Not only has this project personally cost me and T3 Chat in the inference we are running probably multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars, it also virtually guarantees you're going to get shit output. It turns out that AI shouldn't have access to your whole code base at once in the context. I feel like I have to talk about this multiple times a day at this point because it happens so often, but all AI is autocomplete. If you hand it the capital of the US is, and then stop, it is doing a bunch of crazy math across a bunch of things called parameters, and those parameters link some text to other text. When you have the early text of the capital of the US is, it increases the likelihood that the next pointer is pointing towards Washington, D.C. The way this all works is the whole model that we use for LLMs is next token prediction. Based on everything currently in context, all of the information passed to the model, what does it think the next most likely 3 to 6 characters are? And it does that over and over again. The fact that these things can generate real meaningful contributions to real meaningful code bases that effectively through this autocomplete strategy is genuinely unbelievable and is an accident that it was discovered in the first place. But you have to be conscious of this when you use the tools. If you hand a model too much context so that the majority of the context is just nonsense about your code base, it's just going to generate more nonsense. Sure, there are some models that can handle way more tokens than others. Like Opus 4.5, I think it's capped at 100, maybe 200K tokens, but Gemini can do 1 to 2 million. We should just all use the models with higher context windows. No, we shouldn't. The more the model knows, the dumber it gets. The problem isn't that it needs to know everything, because the more it knows, the less likely it is to autocomplete the solution. Because if the problem exists in the code base, giving it the whole code base does not give it the solution. And if you get to the context limits, even with something like Opus, once you break 50K tokens of context, the model starts to perform worse. There is a very important concept of context rot, which is when you have too much context and it is distracting you from the thing that matters. Imagine if in every Jira ticket or linear issue you got, the actual thing you cared about, like the problem the user had, was stuck in the middle of paragraphs upon paragraphs of bullshit. And you have to go deep into all of it to just find the actual problem. That's effectively what you're asking the AI to do when you compress the whole code base into the history. If you copy paste your code base into a chat product like T3 Chat or ChatGPT or anything like that, it's gonna confuse the hell out of it. It's not gonna perform well. Don't do that. The reason all of these new tools like Claude Code, Open Code, and even to an extent things like Cursor are doing so well at this is because they don't give the whole code base to the model. They give the model tools to find what it's looking for in the code base. Things like an AgentMD or a ClaudeMD file that briefly describes what exists where in the code base. Things like a grep tool to find the specific line that matters so that it can address that and only pull in the section that matters instead of the whole code base. Just imagine how you solve a problem. If you see some typo on a web page, you don't go read every line of the code base trying to find the typo. You use grep or Command Shift F to find it in the code base, and then you go fix it. Yes, this is what I was looking for. Thank you so much. I'm going to bookmark this and save it forever. Face, put this back to when I was talking about context route initially. Just to visualize it, this is the average score that the models get for finding things in a set of repeated words. As you increase the number of tokens the model has, the success rates plummet fast. For example, Sonnet 4 up to 10 to the 2.2 or so, like up to a certain point, it's 100% successful. And then once you have too much context, it goes down to less than 60%. If the model has too much information, it will perform worse. Stop doing this. Yeah. Models aren't that different from people. If you give it a search tool, it will use it. If you don't, and you expect it to read every line of the code base, you're just as bad as the junior engineer that would go and do that. People often ask, how do you learn a code base? I tell them to go check the pull requests. Now, my thoughts are a little different, but you certainly shouldn't do it by reading through it file by file. You should do it by searching around the code base, doing things in the app, trying to figure out where the thing you're doing exists in the code, and building the mappings and the relationships between those things. Because you can't keep the whole code base in your brain. Don't expect the model to do it. They don't work that way. I want to put this next point. So we've established that giving it your whole code base is bad, but what is good context? This is a more complex question that you'll get varying answers about. Generally speaking, less is best. If you can simply describe the thing that is wrong and what needs to be done, you can usually trust the model to go find what it needs to from there. This is actually one of the things that makes Codex slightly better than Opus right now with Claude Code, is that Codex will do a very good job of reading all of the files that might be relevant, only pulling in the ones that matter, and then going and solving the problem. It is slower as a result because it'll spend a ton of time looking into each potential file that might be relevant. But once it does, it'll make a precise change with confidence. Whereas a model like Opus isn't quite as eager to search the code base and is more eager to change it. As soon as it finds something that it thinks is the problem, it immediately goes into editing mode. So with something like Opus, it is better to put a little more time up front to say, the problem is here. Don't touch this. Don't touch that. Just solve here. This is also an important thing to do with your Claude MD file or Agent MG if you're doing other tools. I'm very thankful everyone else is following a standard, and Anthropic is just special snowflake. They are what they are. They'll never embrace standards that they didn't make. It's how they are. One of the most interesting things I learned about the Claude Code team is that whenever they notice the model doing something poorly in the Claude Code code base, they immediately go and change the Claude MD file to help steer the model in the right direction. I actually just made some changes to the T3 chat code base for the same reason. I noticed a couple mistakes that were happening as a result of this file not steering the model in the right direction. There are certain things that we do every day as devs that the model probably shouldn't. One of the ones that pisses me off the most is pnpm dev. I don't want the model to run a dev server. I have a dev server running. I want the model to make changes, to know that I have a dev server running, and to just run a type check when it's done with its work. So I updated this file where I describe the pnpm scripts and specify now, note, don't use this unless otherwise told to. And all of a sudden, the model randomly running dev commands stopped entirely. I also wanted it to be able to check the types from convex. because if I wasn't running a dev server or it was running in a cloud environment where I didn't have the dev server running, it would make changes to the cursor. It would make changes to the convex files and then not have the types update and then get really confused about the type errors. So I added another command here, pnpm generate, and told it, generate convex types after schema changes. Now it knows when it makes a schema change, it should run this command and then the types will be correct again. Constantly changing this file based on the mistakes you see it making seems like you're babysitting the thing. It feels like you're doing way more work than you have to. I promise you it's not. This took 5 seconds and it's already saved me hours. And it also helps with building the intuition for what these can and can't do. Funny enough, when I was at Twitch, I experienced very similar things, even though this was pre-AI. When I onboarded into the code base for the web app when we were rebuilding it in React, I was still learning React and TypeScript. I put up my first 2 PRs and had some dumb mistakes in them. Another engineer who was much more experienced hit me up and asked me, hey, not trying to pick on you or anything, why did you do this though? Why did you write this way? So I showed him the page in Twitch's docs that made me think incorrectly that I should do things a specific way. I don't even remember what it was. I just remember this order of events. I linked him the docs page that led to me doing it this way. He said, oh, I see why it would make you think that. I'm going to go fix it. And before my PR even merged, they had updated the docs to make it less likely that the next person would make the mistakes I made. The issue with AI is that it doesn't remember things when it makes mistakes. That's your job. You have to build the memory for it. Not in the sense that you have to manage every single parameter inside of the model, but in the sense that when you notice it making stupid mistakes, the way a new engineer might in your code base, you need to document that so it's less likely to happen to the next person, because the AI agent is a new engineer every time it runs. The role of this file is to take this really skilled engineer who just joined your company and make sure they know all of the things that are special about your company and your code base. If you're copy pasting a CloudMD file from somebody else or some template repo somewhere, you're doing it wrong. Even if you're running the init command that a lot of these CLIs have, you're probably doing it wrong. The role of this file isn't to describe every single thing about the code base. It's not just docs. It is specifically a gotchas pile almost, like listing the things you've seen it do wrong to steer it away from that. This file should start really small and simple and slowly have small additions added and tuning done to it to steer the model away from the things you don't want it to do. And this file is always included as context. So it's basically guaranteeing that everything in it will or won't happen depending on how you describe it. So let's code more Markdown. This is one of the most important pieces for the big code bases too, by the way. If you're noticing problems with agents in really big code bases, the problem isn't the size of the code base so much as the number of opinions and expectations that have been encoded as a result. As the code base gets bigger, the things that are weird about that code base increase too. Your expectations around how people operate in that code base grow. So you need to encode those. Another fun side effect of this is I have noticed when I look at a new code base and I read through this CloudMD or AgentsMD file, I learn a lot about how the team builds and how they think about the code base. It's actually a really useful way to learn. Honestly, context management is complex enough that I could do a whole series of videos on it. It's not complex in the sense that it's like super, super hard to figure out. It's complex in the sense that there are many different solutions to the weird set of problems, and you can, for the most part, ignore them and be fine. So don't overthink this one. Don't try to hack this one either. It's a common mistake. That's kind of that stupid repo mix thing I was sharing earlier. It's kind of the problem with things like this. It's trying to hack the context instead of use the context. And hacking the context doesn't work. Don't try to work around this reality. Try to embrace it. recognize the fact that these problems shouldn't require knowing everything about the code base. Again, to go earlier to the to go back to the selecting the right problem thing, if you had a really smart friend that you were giving access to this code base, what information should they have in order to solve the problem that you're describing? Assuming they know nothing about the code base, what is the smallest amount of info you can give them for them to meaningfully understand and solve the problem? That is what you should give to the agent. Okay, we'll probably talk a little more about context management in other pieces here, and I might even do more videos about it in general in the future, but you have enough of an idea now about the common mistakes I see. Hopefully that'll help out enough that you can get more value from these tools. Speaking of which, one of the biggest problems I see, using outdated tools. Or even worse, holding your perspective based on experiences you had with outdated tools. Like, let's be real. If your perspective on how good AI is at coding is based on your experience using Sonnet 3.5 in Windsurf in the early days of agentic coding, where you handed it the whole code base as context and didn't have a Claude MD or an AgentsMD file to help it out, you're in a different world than us. That's like comparing, that's legitimately like comparing notepad.exe to Vim. Like, the gap here is insane. I'll save this. To be fair to the people who feel this way, this is not just a cope. This is a learned behavior from a history of doing stuff with software and in the development world. If you tried, let me think of a good example. Yeah. If you tried adopting GraphQL right when it started getting hype and it went really poorly for you, and then you tried again 4 years later, it didn't get much better. And that's the case a lot of the time. There are things that have a lot of hype that you go try, they just don't work well for you. Then going back a few years later is very unlikely to change anything. That has been the case in the dev world for a while. If you tried React a couple months after it dropped and you just hated the syntax and the way it worked, and no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't get over it, coming back a year later isn't going to be any better. Because like, as much as React has changed, it hasn't changed in ways that would turn a skeptic into a supporter. It just improved in ways that take supporters and make them more powerful. So if you used these tools 2 years ago and got nothing out of it, and you've based your way of evaluating things on how you've evaluated them your whole lives, chances are this thing isn't going to be any better. I understand why you're avoiding it. But the things are changing absurdly fast. I had problems that nothing in the AI world could solve 6 months ago that started being solved 3 months ago. Like, they went from, oh, haha, the AI can never solve this, to wait, what the fuck? In literally a 3-month window. That is insane. This level of oh shit has not happened in the software dev world almost ever before, where a thing could go from incapable of something to beyond capable at the exact same thing in months. So if you're not using if you're not using the state-of-the-art stuff, you don't know where it is today. And I know a lot of you guys aren't using it because I've seen the numbers, not the numbers of how much you're using certain models or how many tools you're using and when you use them. I'm just talking about my sub count. Did you know less than half of you guys are subscribed to my channel? How are you expecting to keep up on all of this shit? I can barely do it, and it's my job to. If you want good summaries of what's going on and what the hot shit is and what you can learn from it and whether or not to try it, hit that red button. It costs you nothing, and it helps you a ton with keeping up. I guarantee you that engineer on your team that is way ahead, that is killing it with all these AI tools, they're probably subscribed and you're not. Fix it. Get over yourself. Anyways. I could sit here and tell you what the hottest tools are right now, but I want this video to stay useful for a while. So I'm not going to do that. You can go check Twitter, or you can go to my channel and sort by most recent and get a rough idea of what is good enough today. I will say, chances are it's probably not Copilot. And also, important thing, if your company doesn't let you try the new cool hot things, this is harder to do. And I actually do empathize with that. If you applied to get Copilot approved at the start of 2024 and it finally got approved halfway through 2025 and everybody's moved over to Cursor and Claude Code and Codex, you now have to wait a year and a half for it to be approved again. That sucks. There are reasons that you're on outdated tools that aren't your fault. And if that's the case, first off, I'm sorry. Second off, you should start ignoring those rules and doing it anyways. If you get fired, you have an awesome story. Ask forgiveness, not permission. And third, you could probably find a better company to do these things at, because this stuff, like don't fall behind because your company doesn't let you try new things. And you'd also be amazed how many big companies are embracing this. Medium-sized ones like Sentry that is big enough to buy, or there are medium-sized companies like Sentry that are big enough to buy Super Bowl ads that will let you bring in whatever tools you want. And then there are giant companies like Microsoft that will also do the same. I can't tell you how many of the startups I've invested in that have Microsoft as a customer because they're actually willing to try out these new tools. I think that's really cool, especially because they compete with a handful of them. But then there's places like Amazon where they are constantly being told they can't use these tools because they really want to make their crappy vibe coding, PRD building, I think it's called Kiro is their VS Code fork. There are a lot of people at Amazon that are forced to use that and can't use better tools because Amazon really wants the information in order to make their tool better. So that sucks. And if you're in one of those boats, figure it out. I'm sorry, it sucks. I get it. But the fact that your company is forcing you to use worse tools does not mean the tools are useless. The ones you're using might be useless. And yes, and while it seems like many of you don't know anybody using Kiro, I know you guys don't know many people using Kiro. I know a lot of them. Oh, so Kilo is cool. Kilo is a VS Code extension. I hope I didn't say Kilo. I meant Kiro. Kiro is the Amazon IDE. I know a lot of people using Kiro and Kilo, but all of the Kiro users I know are my coworkers but all the Kiro users I know are my ex-coworkers that are still at Amazon and Twitch because they're all forced to use it. Yeah. So if they're skeptical of AI tools, I get it. Because, yeah. But you should find opportunities to try the best things. I am regularly amazed. Like when I started using Claude Code with Opus, after using Cursor with Opus, my brain just kept opening to the things you could do with it. Yeah. Next common mistake, and I really hope people aren't making this, but honestly, I know you are because I've seen it a whole bunch and I've made this mistake myself too in a handful of places. Broken environments. This one is so common. When there's some weird expectation, like a good example here, I've been in code bases that are mono repos where if you open the repo at a root level in your editor, the type system breaks. You have to open the sub packages in order for the tsconfig to work. That's a broken environment. If I can't, in the root of the project, run a type check command and know that everything in the project is handled properly, your environment is broken. And this is a very common thing. I've seen this so many times. If your type check involves a CD, an actual directory change, your environment is broken. And you can go try to teach the agent about all of these things through the MD files, through AgentMD or ClaudeMD, but it's much better to just fix your fucking environment. I just had this in a project I just had this in a vibe coding project. I was working in the Vibe Kanban code base, and they had a mistake in their ESLint config that meant that whenever you opened a file in the editor and you were in the root, not the sub package, every single file wouldn't be type checked and threw an error on the first line because it expected you to be using it at the root. Fix those things. Not just for the agents, but for your coworkers too. If I open up your project in my code base and I go to a file and it's getting a type error from main because your configuration is bad, fix it. A good rule of thumb here is if you have a good engineer that has never touched your code base and you ask them to spin up on it and they run into these types of things, you shouldn't tell them why they're wrong or how to fix it. You should go fix the code base so these don't happen at all. Especially because, again, these agents effectively have their memory wiped every time you run them again. So if you have this type of type error where every file has a bad ESLint config, every single time the agent runs, it's going to see the error, it's going to try and fix the error, it's going to realize the error isn't because of their changes. And I can tell you how many times I've seen this. The agent finds the file that it needs to touch to fix the problem. It makes the changes, it fixes the problem, it verifies the fix, it runs the type check, it gets a type error, it freaks the fuck out, it tries a billion random things to fix it. Eventually, it reverts the change, it sees the same error, it then says to itself, oh, I guess this error already existed and is unrelated to my changes. It reapplies the change, and then it finally ships. And then you run the agent with a different problem, and the exact same thing happens. Over and over and fucking over. If you tell an AI agent about a ghost, it will chase it forever. You need to get rid of the ghosts. You need to get those skeletons out of the closet. And you know what's really crazy? If you see these issues, you can tell the agent about them and it'll fix them really well. Do you know how I fixed the problem in the Vibe Kanban code base? Let me see if I can find it quick. You know what? I'll just open it. Does that matter? Cool. Here we are. I have my history here. So my issue is when I went in a file, I had a type error. So what I did to solve this problem is I didn't feel like dealing with the tsconfig shit. I literally clicked in cursor, the little button that appears that says one click, fix this error, ask the agent to fix the error. I clicked that. It put this in the text here. For this code present, we get the following error. Parsing error, cannot read the file, tsconfig.json. Fix it, verify, and then give a concise explanation. And it did it. It realized the problem is that the project expected the tsconfig to be at /, so where we currently are. But it's a monorepo, so it doesn't actually exist there if you're using it at the top level. If I had opened my editor in the front end folder, it would have been fine. But I opened my editor at the root, so it wasn't. So what we need to do is use the path helper to figure out where we are so we can actually link it correctly. And it did this with no issues in one shot. I then pushed it up, got it merged, and now the agents will behave better when they work in this code base. So the very problem you are giving agents can actually be solved by those very same agents. You need to fix your environments. I have played in far too many big code bases that have lots of problems like this. You can fix them yourself, you can fix them with an agent, but please fucking fix them. The next time I see somebody who can't get AI to solve their problem because their environment is broken, I'm going to flip a shit. Obviously, if you have type errors everywhere because you suck at setting up the environment, things are going to break. Fix it. Okay. The next mistake I see is actually what I'm scared about because I have a feeling this video might contribute to it. I almost want to put this earlier, but I'm going to put it here because this is where it starts to matter. MCP hell and overconfiguration. I cannot tell you how many times I have seen this. People spend so much time trying to set the agents up to succeed that they lose the plot. They bloat the context with dozens of MCP servers, and then nothing works. As you know, I've been using Claude Code a lot. Want to see all the MCP servers I have configured? Oh, literally none. 0. Same deal with Cursor. Same deal with every other tool I use. Stop loading up your agents with these useless fucking things. Just don't. It's so common too. I've seen this a ton. Chat immediately says, now let's see your skills section. Okay. /skills. I have one skill, the front-end design skill. Do you know what the front-end design skill does? It is a single markdown file that tells the model to not make AI slop. It literally says exactly that. This skill guides creation of distinctive production-grade front-end interfaces that avoid generic AI slop aesthetics, implement real working code with exceptional attention to aesthetic detail and creative choices. I don't know why it thinks it's 63 tokens. It's just wrong there. That's a bad calculation or some bad code. Never use generic AI aesthetics like overused font families, cliched color schemes, particularly purple gradients on white backgrounds. This is all that skill is. That's all I have for configuration in Claude Code. I have a custom runner CC that is a one-line addition to my Zish file that adds a specific environment variable in front to hide my email address, and also appends the -- dangerously skip permissions. I am tempted to put a piece of advice that is always use YOLO mode and dangerously skip permissions, but you'll get there yourself. I don't need to tell you this. Stop adding all of this shit to your stuff, though. Skills are literally just markdown files, and they're often way longer than they should be. They are, for the most part, context bloat and context rot. Avoid them unless they solve very specific problems that you are specifically having after you've tried solving them other ways. And I've talked enough about why MCP servers suck. You should already understand that by now. If not, go watch my other videos. If you are skeptical of AI being useful in your day-to-day work and you are touching MCP at all, you are fucking up. If you don't see the value in these things yet, don't configure your shit. Don't go into MCP. Don't add a whole bunch of skills. Don't add hundreds of rules to Cursor. Make subtle adjustments to your ClaudeMD and your AgentMD file and try to give a bit more clarity in your prompt as you talk to the model. One more thing, I almost feel bad calling this out because it seems like a really good and well-intended project. One more thing, and I feel bad calling this out because it seems like a pretty good and very well-intentioned project. Oh, my open code. This seems fine if you're already deep in open code, getting a lot of value from it, and you want to see what it looks like to thoroughly configure it. That's the point of open code, or that's the point of Oh My Open Code. But we're already seeing in chat, Oh My Open Code is so bloated, slop. Yeah. It's a mixed bag at best. You don't solve problems with AI coding tools by adding more things to them. More features, more MCPs, more plugins, more skills. None of that's going to make you go from this thing is useless to this thing is useful. If anything, they're going to make it feel worse. I promise you, if you take somebody who isn't sure about these tools and you clone them, you give one version of this person stock Claude code or Codex and tell them to solve problems. You give the other one a super customized Oh My Open Code setup with all the fancy MCPs, all of the skills built in and everything. The person with stock Codex is going to have a much better time and going to enjoy it a lot more. These things can be useful in small doses once you have specific problems that they solve. But nobody talking about them is there. Everybody talking about this shit is just AI maximalist trying to squeeze every single possible thing. It's the same people who would buy Android phones because they cared so much about every single line in the specs. I'm saying this because I was one of those people. I used to tell you very excitedly how many gigahertz were in my phone. I was so hyped when I got my first dual core phone back in the day. I don't even know how many fucking cores my iPhone has. I have literally no idea. I know it's fast. I know the GPU is even faster, but I have no fucking idea what the specs of this phone are. I think 2 of the cameras are 48 megapixel. I think. I don't care. I have better shit to do. And you do too. Stop adding all these fucking tools. The tool maximalist people are the same ones who care too much about specs when your grandma's buying a computer. It's the exact same people. Ignore them and go get real work done. I feel like Pete comes up in almost all of my videos at this point, but there's a reason why. He is building an absurd amount of things in parallel, all for free and open source because he's already made his money. And he's killing it. He's doing really, really cool shit. And he's vibe coding almost all of it. And he's vibe coding so hard that he's putting out 500 plus commits a day regularly. So he must be maximizing all of this stuff, right? All the customization, all the MCPs, all the skills, all the things. He's probably running his own forked version of whatever. No. Ready to see what he uses? I think he has a different article for this one. He uses stock Codex. He has his config somewhere in here. Yeah. Here is his config for Codex. Defaults to GPT 5.2 Codex High, defaults to high reasoning, has a limit for how many tokens it can output, has a model auto compaction limit, and then in the features, ghost commits are off, unified exec is true, freeform patch is true. It's just a tool they have for doing patching better. I think it's on by default now. Web search request is true because for whatever fucking reason, the search tool for searching the web is off by default in Codex. This is like the only part in here that really matters. Skills is true because he's playing with skills, and then this shell snapshot is true. I don't even know what that does. This allows the model to read more in one go. The defaults are a bit small and can limit what it sees. It fails silently, which is painful and something they'll eventually fix. Also, web search is still not on by default. Yeah, the unified exec apparently replaces using tmux for handling execution. Not much, but like that's it. No crazy plugins, no crazy forks, no absurd orchestration stuff. Keep it simple. If the thing isn't useful in the simple form, it's not going to magically get useful by adding a bunch of shit. Please stop. I actually really like this article he did called Just Talk to It. This is as people realize over time what they can do with these things. They start with, please fix this. And as they get more in, they do crazy things. 8 agents running at the same time, complex orchestration with multiple checkouts, chaining agents together, custom sub-agent workflows, libraries with tons of slash commands, full stack features being built in, MCPs, all that shit. And once you get through all that, you realize the best thing to do is just say, hey, look at these files and then do this thing. Life is much better when you realize that's all you need. That said, Even he admits he'll sometimes just take a screenshot of a thing that's wrong, paste it to the model, and say, fix this, and it will. People are asking for the link already, so it will go in the description of the video. So I want to read through this quick just to see if there's anything here. Yeah, nothing too important there, but this is the biggest one. Last important piece here, plan mode and iteration. A very common mistake I will see is someone asks the agent to do something, usually compatible with the other mistakes, like with a bunch of weird tools on, nowhere near enough context on the problem, and then it struggles. And rather than fix the context, they keep asking more things and adding on. They keep appending more stuff as the mistakes compound. And remember, this is all autocomplete. So if the history that it has is a bad instruction, incorrect implementation, and then a correct instruction, there is still more bad information than good. So if you have box 1, this is your input. We'll call this bad input. You start with this as the top level thing, and then the agent generates bad output, and you try to correct it with a better input. This is green because it's good. These are red because they're bad. If the whole thing is auto-correcting and if the whole thing is autocomplete based on the history, having a bunch of bad things in the history is going to result in bad output, even if you put a good thing at the end. Obviously, it can work through this, and there are plenty of examples of it doing it, but it is significantly better to not do this way. When you notice that the output came out bad, rather than try to fix it with a better input being appended, revert, go back, make the better input the start. Because if you have a better input as the start, the likelihood that the output is better too is much, much higher. The more good context exists in your history, the more likely the next thing is good as well. Obviously, there's a limit here. If you have too much context, chances are the context has become less relevant, which makes it worse, which makes the output worse too. Fix it. And you know what one of the best ways to fix this is? Plan mode. Plan mode is great because instead of the bad input resulting in a bad output, the output will be a confused output. In fact, it'll be confused questions, where instead of it doing a whole bunch of things it shouldn't, it will add a little bit of additional context. That is, hey, I'm not sure about these 3 or 4 things. Can you answer these questions for me? And you might realize, oh, I should have put that at the start. And you can kill it and restart if you want, or you can answer the questions, and that those answers to those questions result in better answers. And then the model can output a good plan. And now the majority of your context and the majority of your history is useful. So the likelihood that it builds something good is much higher. This is why plan mode is good. It gives the right relevant context, instead of handing the model your whole code base or a bunch of tools to find things in the code base, the plan mode creates a perfect prompt almost. The goal of plan mode is to write the exact thing you want to hand to the model that it can then go use to solve the problem. And if you write a plan, and if you and the model write a plan and you think it's good, and then you run the result, but a really important piece here is what happens if it goes wrong. If you make this plan, you think it's good, you run it with the model, and it comes out with a bad output, if it's just a few things that are wrong, sure, tell it that. Tell it to go fix those small things, and it will. But if it gets the whole thing wrong, reflect on why. Read a little bit of what it did. Read the reasoning traces for why it made the change you don't like or the thing that you don't want. If it's something that was wrong with the plan, go fix the plan. If it's something that was wrong with the understanding of the code base, go fix your ClaudeMD or your AgentMD file. This is the delicate balancing act you have to do, and it's an intuition you build as you do it more. You'll write a plan, the model will start executing on it, you catch something it's doing wrong, and you'll just know where to go to fix it. Like when I saw the model, just to use our own example again in the T3 chat code base, just to go back to my example earlier in the T3 chat code base, when I ran a plan and it got the code right, but then it ran a dev server and it couldn't verify things because the dev server went to the wrong port, caused errors, and broke shit, I knew the solution wasn't to add to the plan, don't run dev commands. I know that because I used to do that. Instead, I went and put it in the AgentMD file and then cloned it as the ClaudeMD file, and the problem disappeared. Figuring out where to put the thing to stop the bad behavior is an intuition you'll build, and you'll build it way quicker than you think. The same way you build intuitions about how to use a tool right. That with React, you don't put hooks after a if, or like in React, you don't put hooks after an early return, and you just get why after you use it for a bit. Those types of things are intuitions you build as you use the tools, but you have to build them, not just keep saying fix it over and over and over again. If you find yourself, generally speaking, if you're not one-shotting things often, that's because there are problems in your prompting, problems in your context management, problems in your AgentMD and ClaudeMD files, problems in the environment you have given the model to solve things in. And as you catch mistakes on the other side, there are more solutions there too. If you notice the model makes code that works, but the types are always erroring, go give it a command to check the types so that it knows they are good. A lot of things now have type checking plugins built in with the LSPs. I've had mixed success with those personally, but giving it a type checking command can solve almost all of these problems. Don't over-engineer it. Just identify the common mistakes and fix those in the AgentMD or in a given plan. If a mistake happens, don't tell it to correct it. Go back and adjust the plan and rerun it. So to wrap things up, I want to go back to this tweet from Adam and the back and forth we had on it. He couldn't get it to solve this error. He had done a little bit of work. He found the file that it is likely coming from. The file here, he knew it was from this provider TSX file, but he couldn't figure out why. He also wasn't very clear in the ask. He had an ask mode and asked it if it could help him find the problem. It's not a big deal. Models can work through that type of thing, but being more concise and specific about what you want from it helps a lot. The bigger problem here, though, is that he didn't know what the problem was and hadn't found the right context for it. The feedback I gave was that he should copy paste the exact error, give it any useful context, like does it happen on logged in or logged out users, other information that could make it easier to root cause the bug. Also, with a case like this, because it's happening in the browser, a tool that it can use to verify its fixes, like Playwright or access to the browser directly, can be really helpful. I also specified put in less qualifiers. Instead of can you help me find it, it's what is the cause of this error? And if you think the model can fix it, just skip straight to build mode. Turns out the reason that Adam couldn't do this is because he didn't know that there was an exact error. His immediate response was, there is no exact error, is there? Isn't Next the only framework that manages to actually give you a diff when the HTML is broken with a hydration error? And this is, again, to go back to the start, why he was using the model. He was using a model to solve this problem because he had tried all of the other things he knew of and they didn't work. And he was using the model for a first time as a last result. So he was using the model for the first time as a last fallback. And that's not going to work great. If you're only using these models because you don't know any other solution, you probably don't have enough information for the solve. Or if you're only using these models because you don't have enough information to solve the problem, you're not using them right. And what made this one really funny is that I effectively played the role of what you wanted the model to do here. I told him that this was added in React 19, that you have traces that now show you in React where the hydration error occurs. I'm an idiot. The diff was right in front of my face. What's crazy though is that it appeared to understand perfectly what a hydration error is, but it diagnosed the cause wrongly, even absurdly, almost exactly backwards. Yeah, because it didn't have enough context, because you as well didn't have enough context. And once he found the right error and handed that to the model, sure as shit, it could solve it perfectly. So again, if you apply the lessons from what I just explained here, you have to select the problem well. You have to not select a problem that you don't know how to solve, ideally. You have to give the right context and find the context if it doesn't exist. Help the model work on it with you if it doesn't and you want to build it. He wasn't using outdated tools. All that stuff was fine. The environment was kind of broken in the sense that there was no way for it to know the right way. But if he was to go add everything, he would quickly end up in MCP hell. So finding the right balance here is delicate and a hard thing to do, but if you do it right, it's great. But with the right application of a handful of these tips, he would have had a much better time. And after that back and forth, he is now enjoying these tools much more. I hope I've done an okay job of explaining why I like these things and the mistakes that I've seen others having with them. And maybe, just maybe, you'll be a bit more of a vibe coder as a result. At the very least, you have a whole new set of things to flame me for in the comments. Let me know how you feel about this one, and until next time, peace, nerds. I think that was an exceptional video. I'm really happy I did that one. I have to disagree here, Theo, speaking about very narrow subjects. I saw you saying these things earlier and wanted to dig in more what you were saying. And now I'm seeing even dumber things. Replicate Photoshop cutout filter. That is a shit prompt. That is an absolute garbage prompt. And I can tell from the way that you're describing these things that you're not doing it in plan mode, that you're not using modern tools, that you're not giving the model a chance. Because just from the way you've worded this, your goal with this prompt isn't to see how good the model is. It is to make fun of it for not being able to do the thing. And if that's the mindset you go in with, you're going to find ways to validate it. If you're trying to feel like the thing is dumb, you're going to know it's dumb. But a 5-word prompt with no additional context is not going to get you what you're looking for. Duh. Massive skill issue on your part. I think I've been going for long enough. We're at over 5 hours. It's 9 p.m. here and I haven't eaten enough yet. So let's figure out who we're raiding. I got the team 3 videos. This should let us survive until Sunday, where I'm planning on streaming. I'm leaning towards the Talion raid. This is a fun one. Enjoy your time with Talion. See you guys on Sunday. Thank you all for coming through on this chaotic Sunday evening, or sorry, Thursday evening. My whole week is fucked. Go away with the full screen thing so I can see the people who funded here on YouTube. Thank you, Dennis, for the T3 chat join, or T3 club join. Any subs I missed here? Spaghetti C, thank you for that. Have fun with Talion. And until next time, goodbye.
I haven't played it yet. Does it feel new, or is it just kind of like whatever?
Goodbye to YouTube as well.
Oh my god, ow.